Mic check, mic check. So how do we do this? How can I? Okay. 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 Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Okay. Slides. My slides. Okay. Okay. I click there. Okay. I'll do this. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the second graduate symposium from the Department of Computer Science at William and Mary. I would like to welcome all in-person and virtual attendees. So this is a hybrid event. So we have here several people, of course, from William and Mary. We have our provost, the chief academic officer. We have the computer science professors and graduate students, but we also have several prospective students who are interested from actually all over the world. Several from Virginia, and here you can see the list of places people from Virginia are coming from. We have actually several in-person people from the rest of the US. We came from as far as California, and also several from the East Coast. And finally, all these virtual attendees from all around the world. Several countries: Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Colombia, South Korea, Greece, and I'm especially talking about Greece not because I'm Greek, but because William and Mary has a special relationship with Greek universities through the IAPP Greece program. Iran, Saudi Arabia, India, and China. We have a very exciting day ahead. First, we will start with the provost remarks, Peggy Agouris, our chief academic officer. Then we will continue with the remarks from the graduate dean, Chris Caron. Then I will continue with my remarks about the computer science program in general. Denis Posivanik, who is our graduate director, will talk specifically about the graduate program. And then we have like a lot of activities, research talks, lightning talks, faculty and student panels, poster session, and in general, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to ask questions. Before we go to the provost for her remarks, I would like to thank everyone who made this happen. The generous support that came from the provost's office, the dean's office, and the vice provost of research, and of course, all the organizers, CS faculty and staff, and computer science graduate students. Thank you all. And Dr. Agouris, please come for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smirny, and thank you all for being here today on a Saturday morning. As Dr. Smirny said, my name is Peggy Agouris, and I am the provost of this institution, which is something that I enjoy thoroughly every day because my job allows me to get to know and work with and support and further all the aspects of the academic mission of this institution. So it is a pleasure to be connected with all those who are in the trenches in our pursuit for academic excellence at William and Mary. I also want to take the opportunity to thank everybody who is joining us virtually, as Dr. Smirny said, from around the world, and of course our Virginia institutions and the United States. This is not the first time that this event occurs. And we had this event occur last year, and I think it was before that too, right? No, last year was the first one. And I have to tell you, I don't want to really spoil the surprise, but this is promising to be a very exciting and a very informative event. So I would like to encourage you all um, to participate as deeply and as widely as you can. So I also want to mention that my academic home is the Department of Computer Science. Even though I'm not a computer scientist in the traditional sense, I worked in my career with in a lot of areas which are part of the computing world, and I can say I know very well firsthand the excellence and the quality of the work that is going on in computer science at William and Mary, but also the breadth and depth and importance of the research and the opportunities that exist in computer science at William and Mary. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to expand the horizons of how we contribute to the world and what the world needs today. And I don't need to tell you, all of you are interested and have experience that is relevant to computing. I don't need to tell you how critical it is what we do today to further the boundaries and the horizons of work and research and learning in this area. This is a field, or actually a collection of areas of work and excellence and learning that is changing very rapidly every day, practically, which makes it very special. Not only because it is exciting to be ahead of what's happening, but also because it really allows us to use imagination and thinking outside what everybody else is seeing today. It also poses some interesting challenges. How do we prepare our students to excel and to thrive in a world where change is happening so fast and it's so embedded in the things that we do? So what we're doing at William and Mary is we pay tremendous attention to the curriculum. We have placed emphasis in graduate education because this is the chance that our students have to delve deeper into fundamental issues and interesting experiences, and also learn how to think in a way that prepares them for a future of evolution and discovery. And I think that we have perfected that in computer science at William and Mary. Again, I'm saying this as being the chief academic officer of this institution and having the opportunity to work very closely with the people who are working in these areas. So at William and Mary, we also believe very, very strongly that educators are multifaceted people. And they're not just great teachers in the classrooms, which we are, and we are very proud of that. And we want to maintain that, and we do everything in our power to do so. But we're also cutting edge researchers, and most importantly, mentors. So, mentorship for our students occurs not only during an hour or two of a lecture, but it occurs in the lab, it occurs outside the lab, it occurs in the conversations about careers, about growth, and about the world that is coming. So, providing experiences that are not only critical towards getting a degree, but also providing hands-on experiences that are valuable for careers and being marketable in a world where there's tremendous competition, but also tremendous need, is very important at William and Mary. And I can assure you that this is what our computer science department is and does. We have an approach that it is much more connected to the future than it is to the past, even though we are an institution 330 years old. Our tradition is innovation, and we have been innovative throughout our 330 years. And we take a more innovative approach to what we do that allows us to really make a statement about the future of our graduates, because they are not just participating in their education, they're leading And so when it comes time for professional accomplishments, they are the leaders that lead others in these areas. And that is in industry, in government, and in academia. So, what we have really done as a distinguished institution, as a public Ivy, one of 8 institutions that have this designation, is to really confirm with everything that we do that we're thinking ahead. We have we combine things that typically are not easy to combine. So we combine a world-class education with accessibility to this kind of education and to those who deliver this education. We really produce theoretical and applied experts by bringing the two together. And we also promise the world as a public institution that what we do has impact. And the impact is not only that the work that we do, the graduates that we produce make a difference, is that they are all, that is part of their thinking as professionals, not what we do today, not what we have done yesterday, but what we are going to be doing tomorrow. So we have at William and Mary experienced a tremendous growth in computing, the interests of students in computing and adjacent areas, to the point that an institution like William and Mary that had a tradition in the social sciences and the humanities, which still remain very strong, at William and Mary, now is predominantly a STEM institution. And this is, the distinctive advantage of William and Mary, that we do not just offer a typical STEM education. We offer STEM education steeped in the principles of the liberal arts and sciences, which include skills that are going to be necessary for any professional to have in order to succeed. And this is what our students get at William and Mary. And that's why we are fortunate enough to see exploding careers and leaders in the field that are William and Mary graduates. We have graduates that are still engaged with us, offering perspectives from their lives out there. And the out there is not as detached as it sounds, is part of how we do things. Our vision 2026, which is our strategic plan moving forward, has identified 4 pillars, which are viewed more by me as umbrellas under which everybody can find a place to contribute. One of them is the data pillar. And data is a very broad term. So this is not limiting it to just what we do in in computing and computational fields, but it is a mindset that really permeates a lot of the things that we do. Also, to establish an institution that knows what it is, where to go, and how to get there. We have a lot of great opportunities lying ahead for our institution and our students. And I have to say that our students have asked to delve deeper in, in areas that are very paramount for a degree and education in computer science. They have asked us to do more in that, and we're delivering. I don't know how many of you are aware that we are in the process of establishing a new school at William and Mary, a school in computing, data science, that also includes applied science and computational fields like physics. So the reason why we're doing this is not just to really, restructure what we have, but it's also because of the growth that we've experienced, because of the opportunities that come with having an academic unit dedicated to areas that need special attention and a special way of being supported, and but also because we want to be present, and we want to be present and known in areas where so far the world hasn't realized what's happening at William and Mary. And that's what we are pursuing and we hope to accomplish. Again, within the framework of a strong liberal arts and sciences education that provides skill sets that are invaluable in your future as graduates. There is a lot of excitement, and I don't need to really tell you more to communicate how excited we all are, both for what's happening today, but also what's coming up. We also have a new facility that is coming, a wonderful new high-tech building that is coming. It's already started being built, and it's going to be ready in a year and a half. This is where parts of our new school, particularly computer science, will be housed. State-of-the-art facility that connects very well with state-of-the-art education and experiences that we provide in computer science. So I don't want to take too much of your time. You're not here to listen to me, but I just wanted to give you a perspective from my vantage point that gets me going and keeping me excited for the future to come. So I want to encourage you to participate actively. Those of you who are here today, and thank you for spending your Saturday morning with us, but also those who are virtually connected with us, take the time to listen, to delve deeper into what you hear, to interact, and also to learn. Because becoming part of the tribe, the William and Mary tribe, it's a path towards excellence that will lead you to achievements that will shape the rest of your lives. So I want to wish you everyone a very exciting and engaging symposium. And I really urge you to use today as a stepping stone for a future that is rich with possibilities and achievements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost Agouris. We will continue with the remarks of the graduate dean. So.
Good morning. I'm Chris Carone, the Vice Dean for Research and Graduate Studies in Arts and Sciences at William & Mary. I'm happy to welcome you to William & Mary's second Computer Science Symposium for Graduate Studies. I'd like to say a few words about William & Mary as an institution. Although for historical reasons, we have the word college in our name, we are a premier public research university with graduate degrees offered in arts and sciences, the School of Business, the School of Education, the Law School, and the School of Marine Science. Within arts and sciences, computer science is one of 11 graduate degree granting departments or programs, and is one of 6 who award the doctoral degree. Ever since I came to William & Mary 26 years ago, I was told that our doctoral degree granting departments, including ones that also give master's degrees, were special, and that only those departments who could justify such a program based on the excellence of their faculty and the unusual impact of their research would be approved to award these advanced degrees. My own department, physics, is one of the other departments at William & Mary that falls in this category, so I know firsthand what this means. Departments like physics and computer science compete for faculty with R1 research universities, a designation reserved for those that are the most research active. And departments like computer science hold the same standards for the quality of the research done by the faculty and their students. I used to be impressed at how faculty in my department periodically received prestigious grants like the National Science Foundation Career Awards, only to learn that in computer science, almost all the new young faculty were receiving those awards. Computer science is a department which, in my view, is in its ascendancy at William & Mary, tapping into a growing national demand for workers with skills in programming, computation, and data science. Unlike other universities that provide an education and degrees in these areas, William & Mary is unique in that its faculty are expected to excel equally in both teaching and research, something that's reinforced by our faculty merit system, which takes into account how well we teach in determining our pay raises. Although you may have heard of William & Mary's reputation for excellence in teaching when people speak of its undergraduate program, the faculty are the same, and the excellence in instruction is also reflected in the quality of the classes you take as a graduate student, ones that are critical for teaching you the foundations of your discipline. You will also see that excellence in the quality of our faculty's research seminars that you might attend, which are valuable in providing you with a more advanced perspective. One of the exciting developments in the past year has been a proposal for the creation of a new school at William & Mary that involves the computer science, data science, applied science, and physics departments. The creation of a new school, the first in many decades, is an indication of William & Mary's commitment to these doctoral granting research-focused units, and will likely facilitate future growth in these areas. It will also exploit natural synergies with the $300 million to $500 million high-performance data facility that the U.S. Department of Energy recently announced will reside at Jefferson Lab, a major national laboratory that's 20 minutes away in Newport News. Finally, from a non-academic point of view, joining the William & Mary community places you in a pleasant small city environment in an area whose history was of importance to the founding of our nation. But if that doesn't resonate with you, you also have convenient access to larger cities on the East Coast via the Amtrak station next to campus. I've enjoyed my many years at William & Mary, and I believe our graduate students enjoy their time here as well. I hope you enjoy the Computer Science Symposium today, and you will strongly consider graduate studies in our Computer Science department in your near future. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So I will continue with actually some William & Mary fast facts. 1693, and actually February 8, 1693. This is when King William III and Queen Mary II of England signed the charter to create a university in Williamsburg, Virginia. William & Mary is the second oldest institution in the United States, right after Harvard. So we are the kind of place that has really lots of history. We have, I'll just talk a little bit about, some of our landmarks. The Wren Building, which has been designed and built by Sir Christopher Wren. This is the oldest college building still standing in America. And Sir Christopher Wren is the same architect who built several landmarks in London. The Greenwich Observatory is one of them. St. Paul's Cathedral is another one. So we do have a very, I would say, strong relationship with the past. And we're also known as the alma mater of the nation. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Tyler, James Monroe, they have been students at William & Mary. And as I hope those of you who are interested in our program will be. And of course, as also Provost Agouris mentioned, we are a public ivy, one of the few in the nation. This is an X-ray of the department. So moving now into computer science, who we are and what we do. And these are like some fast facts. This is information about the faculty and student body, information that comes from spring and fall 2023. Here you can see like the constitution of our students. So as of fall 2023, 344 undergraduate students with some actually great demographics. Especially proud of the fact that 31% of our undergraduate students are women, 1 in 3. This is very different from the national average of 22%. 18% Pell students, 14% first generation, 7% Black, 7% Hispanic. So in all these categories, we are above the national averages. And also we have a 45% students who self-identify as students of color, which is quite impressive. Now, of course, since you are interested in graduate studies, you would be also most interested about our graduate population. So we have 107 graduate students, 68 of them are PhD students, 32% masters, and then we have also, also the demographics of those students. You can see them on the slide. I'd like to talk a little bit about our PhD placement, because William and Mary, all these years, according to the Carnegie classification, we are an R2 institute. We used to be an R2 institution. Now, with the newest one, we are elevated into R1. But William and Mary, computer science at William and Mary, had always been an R1 department. And also, it's also shown by the placement of our PhDs. They get positions at R1 universities, many of them. Actually, we have here an alumnus who is a professor at Notre Dame. He's here with us. Colin, would you like to? Yep, there he is. He's sitting at the back. So Colin is an associate professor of computer science at Notre Dame. And he's one of those who actually get their PhD here, and then they go to better ranked departments than us, and they do really great. So you can really see like the excellence of our program, and that's like they reflect on our alumni. Also, several of our students, they are placed into liberal arts colleges, and of course in industry. Every single big corporation in America, in tech, they have PhD, masters and PhD alumni from William and Mary, and also government. The faculty, we are a small faculty, 23 tenure track faculty, 5 teaching track. And the fact that we are small, relatively small, actually makes us special, because despite the size, there is lots of excellence in our fields, and I'm going to talk about this thing. But this small size allows us to give us this very personal one-to-one mentoring to our graduate students. So what we really think is like a PhD in computer science is very close to an apprenticeship, right? So you get to learn from your mentor, your PhD advisor, and this like small size is exactly what allows us to put a lot of emphasis on mentoring our students and doing very well. And this is why then when they graduate, they are meant to do like great things, and they do. All right, so research areas where we are active. So this is a list of areas. Cybersecurity is a big one. Software engineering, another one. Systems and high-performance computing, another place when we're doing great. Sensor networks, wearable computing, and of course, machine learning, data mining. No university can be without machine learning and data mining these days. Graphics, computational sciences, data analytics, and human-computer interaction. So I invite all of you who are here and visiting to find the faculty who are here among us and talk to them about their research. You will have, of course, the opportunity later on to see the latest and greatest things that they are doing through their lightning talks. And of course, we have also the poster session when our graduate students will showcase their work. I'd like to talk a little bit about the research excellence of our faculty. The first factoid is like all faculty who we hired since 2004 received at least one prestigious career award. All of them NSF career awards, and some also career awards from DOE, DOE career awards. So this is like a pretty impressive kind of factoid, but speaks about the excellence, research excellence. We have our faculty have ICM and IEEE honorifics. We have 3 IEEE fellows. I hope more are going to come. And this is, again, percentage-wise, given the size of our faculty, this is a very impressive, again, fact that speaks about excellence. And of course, we are known for everything like editorships in ACM, IEEE, IAM journals, flagship conference leadership, and best papers yearly. some of computer science faculty really collect these best paper awards as if they're candy, really. It's pretty impressive. We have a lot of research expenditures. I hope that this number always fluctuates upwards always. So maybe it's not as accurate when I prepared this slide because more new things came and more money came, but this is great things because it's this research money, these research grants that are supporting the graduate students. And the fact that faculty get these sizable big research grants means that their research ideas have been vetted by the community and they are very good research ideas. And these are exactly the kinds of things that you want to work on to work on your PhD, essentially, PhD ideas. So we also have a little bit how many degrees have been confirmed. So typically we graduate between 10 and 20 master students every year, and around 8 to 12 PhD students. And these are the numbers that you can see on the slide for the past 4 years. And of course, like we have several activities that happen at the undergraduate level, but I'm not going to go over them over here. All right, so a little bit more about the computers, about the population at CS at William and Mary. We have had like 174 PhDs, and in 2023 we celebrated the 30 years from the first PhD at William and Mary. So yes, we've been giving PhDs for a while now, and we've been actually quite well, well trained to do that. This is why we're so successful, I hope. We have, as everywhere else in the United States, our populations have been following the national trends, and we have been increasing every year. We're very fortunate to be supported by the state of Virginia from the Tech Talent Program. This is the TTIP, and this has certain targets to generate a certain number of bachelor students per year. And we've been doing actually very well in meeting the targets much earlier. And this is where like a lot of funding comes from directly to computer science from the state. The mission statement is excellence in research. So essentially, all these years we have been an R1 department. High quality research, publications, and grants. We always focus on quality rather than quantity. We have. I've already talked about, this sign of quality, the career awards. And then we have excellence in teaching, advising, and mentorship. And this is something that you're going to hear about this thing throughout the day quite a bit. Professor Posivanik, the graduate director, is going to talk about this. And then also the faculty later on in the faculty panels and in the lightning talks, you will be able to see that. We have several graduate programs. We have a PhD program, so you can get directly into the PhD after your bachelor's in a computer science related field, or you can do an MS/PhD, which is like a combination of the 2 degrees, essentially a 2-step process. And of course, we have just a master's degree for CS majors and also MS pathways for non-CS majors. And these are topics that Professor Posivanik is going he's going to expand on these things in detail. So this is all that I had to say about our department, a quick, X-ray of who we are and what we are doing. And I'd like to invite to the podium Professor Posivanik to continue on talking about the grad program.
So thank you, Evgenia. My name is Denis Posivanik. I'm currently graduate director, and I would like to welcome everybody we're extremely excited to have you all here with us today. And I'm personally incredibly encouraged by the trajectory we are on as a department. You've heard Professor Guris and Professor Smirny outlining how much the college is investing into our department, our program. And we're just incredibly excited by all the opportunities. So I'll try to expand on some of the topics, and of course I'll try not to repeat the things that have been said, but you see that our numbers look very strong, but what is even more encouraging is positive trajectory that we are on. We have extremely energetic faculty members. We are a young department in the sense that we have hired quite a few new faculty members who are incredibly energetic. They're looking for students right now. Again, we're expanding as well. So we're going to be hiring in areas like software engineering and machine learning and systems in the years to come. So this is all incredibly exciting. Again, we are R1 department, strong research culture, which has been with us for a long time. We cherish this very much. We place emphasis on quality over quantity. And as you can see, there's a lot of evidence supporting that. Another point which I would like to highlight is our external visibility. As a student who is looking for a graduate program, and you are in those shoes right now, you're probably looking into rankings, right? And there are multiple sources you can go check out US News, and one of those rankings is actually CS rankings. And if you go on that website and look us up, we actually fairly strongly rank, and I'll show you those numbers later. But you'll also see some other evidence, like our faculty, again, our associate editors or editors-in-chief at the major journals in the field. Again, we are collecting best papers, but not only best papers, also most influential papers in the sense that those papers have stood test of time. And again, many great stories to tell. These are research areas that Professor Smirny already mentioned. And as far as rankings, and this is data-driven strategy to rank computer science department out there by publications and in top venues, in those respective top venues, you'll actually see that we are ranked fairly highly. And this is actually in contrast to US News, right? Because US News is not necessarily taking into account research productivity, but also other factors. But if you look into research areas in the 10 last years, we're ranked very highly in certain areas like high performance computing, computer graphics, security, software engineering, mobile computing, and architectures. And again, we are literally competing with departments who have more faculty in those areas and who have more students. So we would like to say that we're trying really hard to pull beyond our weight in some of these areas. Again, we're very proud of our students. We are accountable for every student that we get into our program. So we're not like one of those big departments out there who admits, dozens or hundreds of students every year, and they place them in those labs, and if you don't make it, that's okay. There are lots of examples out there. We don't have necessarily that philosophy. We know everybody's name in the program, and we're accountable for every graduate student in our program. So that's the way we would like to think. And that results in many success stories. Our students get jobs, as Evgenia said, in departments which are high ranked than us, Northeastern, UVA, Notre Dame, and many other places. And our former students don't just get jobs there, they get tenure at those places. They got career awards, they got other points of recognition. So we don't just prepare them to get a job, we prepare them to get a career. And this is a very important point that we'd like to emphasize. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that if you join William & Mary, we promise that you'll be in good hands, okay? So let's talk a little bit about the graduate program, and I'll talk about various options that you have, and then I'll try to answer some of the questions that students frequently ask us when they email us about the program, and hopefully that will also generate some points for discussion later on in the day. So obviously, we're very proud of our PhD program, and hopefully many of you are interested in joining our PhD program. We have most of the faculty members attending with us today. That's your chance to talk to those faculty members, the research areas, and to learn more firsthand the experience about our program. We also have multiple options for obtaining master's degrees. We have regular master's in computer science program, usually takes 2 years to complete. We have 1-year master's program specifically designed for William and Mary undergraduate students who have an option to actually complete this master's program in 1 year if you're strategic about selecting classes early on. We also have master's in computer science, computational operations research specialization, and we have master's in computer science and computational science specialization. And most recently, we've also created a computer science pathway, which is a special program for those students who don't have formal educational degree in computer science. And if some of you have undergraduate degree in some other area but are interested in moving into computer science, that's exactly a program for you. And we even have students who are currently in this program who are thinking longer term, who are thinking about closing this gap in terms of undergraduate education and on moving on not just to getting master's, but also to getting PhD, which is very exciting and also an option that we support. As far as, let me quickly talk about PhD and MS/PhD. This is a typical timeline. So a really nice thing about our department, and we're very proud of this model. And in fact, when we get faculty speakers from other universities who come here and they learn about our department, they always emphasize this part, which I think we got right. And this is the model where every incoming PhD or MS/PhD student will be hired as a teaching assistant for the first 2 years. We really think this is a good model because it has been proven in time, because we don't put necessarily immediate pressure on the student to select advisor from day number 1, because sometimes it takes time, right? Sometimes students need to take classes. They need to figure out what is going on in the department. They need to talk to different faculty members, take their classes, maybe even work on projects. So this is why we have this model in place. So the students have a couple semesters to really figure out what they're passionate about and which particular area they would like to work in. As far as classes that you need to take, you will need to take 8 classes, typically 3 classes in fall, spring, and then 2 more classes in fall if everything goes well. And for a MS/PhD program, you will need to take 12 classes. Also, in your first summer, you will be automatically supported by research fellowship. You will take you'll have no classes in summer, but you will need to pick a faculty member to closely work on a research project. Ideally, that will be your PhD advisor down the road, but it doesn't have to be. But this is really a unique opportunity, fully funded opportunity for you to work full time on research in your first summer. And again, many students basically have advisors coming out of that first summer. Some students find advisors earlier. Some students come here already knowing the advisor, but that's not exactly the model that we run here, because every student that we admit is admitted to the department. And when you're admitted to the department, you have no obligation to work with faculty from day number 1. We really give you freedom to explore everything we have here before you make a formal commitment. So candidacy typically is achieved by the 4th semester. Some early birds declare candidacy in the 3rd semester. For some people, it takes a little bit longer, which is totally fine. But usually by your 4th semester, you have your PhD advisor and you are working on a particular research area. After your 4th semester, you will be full-time research assistant working full-time in your research area with your advisor. So again, I list here some numbers which again vary depending on the area you're in, but typically students reach a proposal phase after having 2 strong publications. Typically, this happens sometime in the 3rd year, 4th year. But again, there is no a hard rule here. It depends on the area. It depends on how fast you progress, and we have multiple different cases. Typically, you defend in your 5th year, sometimes 6th year. And again, as you will learn, it depends on the area, on the student, and on the luck. Okay, but the sooner you get into the research, the better, because that gives you the chance to get to the finish line sooner. Again, typically our students by the time they graduate, they have at least 3 strong publications. Some of our students have more, especially those students who aspire to join academia. They usually do more, and sometimes we have students who tell our advisors, no, I want to do more. I was very lucky to have students like that. Some of them are sitting in this room. So again, we are very encouraged by our students. If you had to ask me about one characteristics about our students, is that most of our students don't want to settle for minimum. They want to do more. And this is a culture, this is the spirit that we have, and we would like to keep it going. The next program that I would like to briefly cover, this is our master's program in computer science. This is our 2-year program. You have 2 options essentially here. The one is small classes, the other one with fewer classes. So one with a thesis, this is a little bit more research-oriented option. So this is a good option for those who potentially want to do PhD but not sure, and they really want to test waters. So this is the option that you choose, because you will need to write a thesis and defend it in front of the committee. And sometimes students who do that, they go through that experience and they say, well, I want to do more. It's not enough for me, and then they join our PhD program. Students who are primarily interested in industrial career after master's, they do 32 credit option without the thesis, just doing master's project. Again, as far as our course requirements, you will have to take algorithms plus at least 2 additional 600 level classes. And you also have an opportunity to take some of those 500 level classes, which are cross-listed with our upper level undergraduate level classes, but you'll be able to take no more than 12 credits out of those classes. And then some of those course options are really exciting. They're in cutting edge areas, so that's why master students also like taking those classes as well. This is master's program for William & Mary students. If you're a William & Mary student who is interested in getting master's in 1 year, you can do that. And this is really, really cool opportunity for you. So basically what you will need to do is, by the end of your junior year, you need to register your interest in the program, and then you'll be assigned an advisor. And then in your senior year, you take any 2 of a set of 500 level classes, which again, you determine with the advisor. And during the fall of senior year, you apply for admission to the master's program. In my experience, pretty much all the students who went through this process get admitted if you've done well during your undergrad. So this is a fairly straightforward path for our own William & Mary students. And once you admit it, you will get a research advisor, academic advisor, who will guide you through the process. And again, in this master's program, you also have an option either to do a thesis or master's project. So this is a program that, again, newly created. It's called Computer Science Pathway Program, a bridge to master's program. And again, we are not unique in the sense of creating this program. We actually created this program after we joined Pathway to Computing Consortium, and which was originally created, in fact, by Tracy Kemp, who is our alumni, and now she's a director of CRA. And she was the one who spearheaded this program, and naturally we got into this as well, because we see a lot of demand from these days from students who don't have a formal education in computer science but would like to be able to move into computer science. And that's exactly the pathway that we've designed and we offer to students these days. So basically, the idea here is that you apply to our CS Pathway program, and it doesn't matter what background you have. Some students who apply to this program have very little formal background in computer science, and good news is that we can make it happen. We evaluate every application on case-by-case basis, and we determine which classes you need to take to make up for the difference before you can proceed with master's degree. Again, in the past, the way it worked, you would be admitted as unclassified student, where you build the background before you can actually apply for admission into the program. Now, you're basically directly admitted into the program, and we will determine an individual plan for you in terms of which undergraduate classes you need to take. And after you complete those classes, you don't need to reapply. You automatically proceed with taking master's level classes to get your master's degree. We also have individual support through teaching assistant. Thanks to help from provost office, we got additional TAs who are helping with this program right now, and also dean's office who allowed us to use TPI funding for this purpose, which hopefully will continue to support this program and our graduate program overall. Usually it takes one additional summer and one additional semester to complete this degree. Again, this varies based on your experience. If you're missing several classes, you can quickly close the gap. In those cases where you have only introductory class to computing, then you probably need to take more classes. But again, we will work individually with every student admitted into this program. And William & Mary is part of the MS Pathways to Computing Consortium. So I would like to say we know what we're doing because we're participating in these meetings. We have monthly meetings with a whole bunch of other members like Georgia Tech, Columbia, Northeastern, and many other universities who are joining this consortium. So we share our experiences, and we try to use best practices from other institutions who are currently involved in this program. So now let me quickly talk about more about the department and what it means to be a PhD student, and probably some of the questions that you might have had about the program. So as Evgenia said, we focus on quality, okay? And quality in our case means the research that will have impact, okay? Not just research that will be published in top-tier conferences and journals, but we are laser focused on producing research that will have measurable impact, okay? We want to keep increasing our visibility in research community. So that's why you will see our faculty serving on journal editorial boards, running conferences. We involve our students in these activities as well. You will see our students frequently presenting at these major conferences and events. And again, because we focus on quality, of course, quantity is important, but only if it comes with quality. We do that because we focus really on mentorship. As I said, and Professor Guris and Smirny emphasized that we focus not only just on grading a student, we are focusing on enabling them to have all the necessary skills to succeed in their careers. And that's what we really care about, and that's what we're very proud of. We're very proud to hear back from our students all the success stories. And we're happy to say that our students are competitive. Every year they go on the job market, academic job market, industry job market, and they land great jobs. So our strengths are personalized mentoring, high matriculation rate. As I said, we know every student and we care about every single student. If we have a student who does not make it for whatever reason, usually what happens, graduate dean comes back and he asks me a question, what happened? And then we need to have a longer discussion. So we want every student to succeed in this program. So this is in contrast to some other larger programs which may not necessarily care about this aspect. We're very encouraged to have so many energetic and junior faculty members. In the past 2 years, we hired amazing faculty members who are here. You'll have a chance to talk to them. You'll have a chance to work with them if you join our department. And again, top quality research, excellent placement. So now, most of you, I assume, are undergraduate students, currently undergraduate students, or recently graduated and looking for graduate programs. So let me quickly talk about what it means to be a graduate student and what it means to be a graduate student in our department. So one of the first myths which I would like to dispel is that your undergraduate experience is probably or your graduate experience is probably going to be very different from your undergraduate experience, right? Because during your undergraduate classes, you primarily took classes, you had homework assignments, you had projects, you had finals. Your undergraduate program was probably very well structured. You had 4 years, you had exactly the plan, and every class was very well structured. In a sense, graduate education is going to be slightly different because obviously graduate level classes are going to be more challenging, more difficult. You'll also need to pick particular area and probably take classes which would be closer to the area that you're interested in. But also, your graduate education will be focused, once you're done with those classes, primarily on research. And your research experience will be drastically different from your undergraduate experience. And to some students, it comes as a shock that they successfully overcome without mentoring. And because sometimes they find out that you're going to work on the problem for which we don't have answers for, and then they are surprised, like, how come you are the advisor, you don't have an answer to this question? Because most likely it's an open-ended problem and we're trying to figure out the solution. So that's why timeline is going to differ. Some students are able to do it with flying colors faster, and that's okay. Maybe they lucked out on the research area. Maybe they got the topic that was more well-defined. But for some students, it may take longer because they worked on a much harder problem. And sometimes it's very hard to predict. It's very hard to predict and say, oh, it's going to take 2-3 years to get the solution to this problem. And sometimes it may get more, okay? As you'll find out, there is a publication process in place, right? There is major, minor revisions, and there is reject situations that we all have to deal with, okay? So this is normal, by the way. And but to some students, it comes as a shock that this is not highly predictable, well-defined trajectory. But on the positive side, that's what makes research truly exciting, right? By the time you're done with this process, you'll really have a good sense of accomplishment. So in undergraduate classes, you probably have had assignments with very well-known solutions, and then professor finds a problem with a solution in mind. During your graduate research, it's going to be more like apprenticeship. It's going to be a lot of guidance by the professor. Sometimes you may even find your problem, or you may bring a problem to your advisor, which is sometimes happens. And you'll together with your group advisor, you will need to find a solution to a problem which may not have known solution, or you will need to significantly improve on existing solutions. And a cool part about it is that you're going to be building your own reputation. And another cool part about graduate education is that you're going to be building your resume with all those bullets that will stay with you forever, right? All those papers that you're going to publish during a PhD degree, they will stay with you forever, right? And that is something which is truly encouraging, because you're going to be building your portfolio during your academic career for the rest of your life, and the things that you will do during your PhD will matter. Okay, they will define to a certain degree your trajectory as a researcher. Another myth that I would like to dispel is, and I hear this from students all over the time. They say graduate school is expensive. I cannot afford it. Right? I have some loans from my undergraduate education, and I cannot afford taking on more loans. The good news is that if you get admitted into the PhD program, you will not need to pay for your graduate education, because you will be teaching assistant for the first 2 years, and then you will be research assistant thereafter. You'll be paid a stipend, and I'll show you those numbers later, and your tuition will be covered, okay? Being a teaching assistant means that you will need to work for approximately 20 hours per week as a grader or as an instructor. And the rest of the time, obviously, you spend on classes and research. But if you decide to do graduate school, you're going to get competitive stipend, and we're very proud that our stipends are competitive to other institutions. We have huge administrative support from upper administration. We keep increasing our stipends, and it's going to happen again. They're working on exact percentage, but we're trying to make our stipends competitive and adjusted for the cost of living. Tuition is fully covered. We also provide health insurance, which is again great. Thanks to administration, we used to cover health insurance from only for RAs. Now we are covering it for TAs. So the moment you join the department, you'll also have health insurance covered. Good news is that cost of living in Williamsburg is also lower as compared to big metropolitan areas, and typically gets similar, same stipend. So usually this is good news for our students. So as far as 9 months stipend, this is our current 9 month stipend. By the time you join in fall, 2024, it will be higher number because it will be adjusted. This is a summer fellowship number, and this is total annual stipend. And as you can see, tuition, which is out of state currently, is $36,000. It will be also covered by the program. Health insurance. So basically, in the end, once you join the program, that's the total value, roughly speaking, of the package that you are getting. Okay. Again, once you become a research assistant, there is an opportunity to make more during the summer. That typically depends on your standing in the program, and also obviously on the funding that your advisor will have, and also your progress in the degree. So another myth that I would like to dispel, how graduate education is different from undergraduate education or from a regular job out there. It's not 9-to-5 job, because faculty will tell you research never stops, okay? Especially with the advent of tools like Slack, right? So when my students send me messages, sometimes they are later, so forth and so on, but it kind of never stops, right? It's the flow of ideas. And on one hand, that's sometimes difficult, but sometimes it's very exciting, right? You know that you're doing something important, and you're part of the exciting research. So sometimes it's kind of hard to stop exactly at 5, right? But also exciting part is that you're gonna build friendships. You're gonna meet lots of your friends here in the department, conferences, by taking classes together, by working on research projects together, and by working with people in your research lab and knowing other students. So it's really exciting process. It's not just your work. It's not just the research that you do. As some students know who attended conferences, it's also fun, right? When you go to conferences, present your work, meet other people, meet other researchers, it's incredibly rewarding experience to see that your work is appreciated, that your research is appreciated, and you're really making the difference in things that you do. Another myth that I would like to quickly dispel is that graduate school does not necessarily mean that you will have to become a professor. There are many other meaningful ways how you can what you can do after graduate school. As you can see, this is a recent graphics from CRA. It shows that recently industrial jobs, and particular research jobs, have been on the uptick. But also, you can see that placements in academia is still fairly strong, and there are many other opportunities. Our students join national labs and startups and government-related positions and jobs, which again, you don't have to have perfect GPA to get into. It's great that if you have, that's really good, very encouraging, but you don't have to. The things that we really value in this program is your motivation, ambition, and passion. Those things will make up for less than perfect GPA, okay? And one truth, which I usually tell students later, I don't usually tell them that in the first year, but I'll tell you now, is that your GPA only matters until a certain point, right? Your GPA will matter until you take those classes to advance to candidacy. In our department, by the way, if I forgot to mention, we don't have a qualifying exam. So, but you need to obtain 3.7 GPA to advance to candidacy status. So you need to obtain 3.7 in 7 out of 8 classes. And the good news is that we don't have a separate qualifying exam. So the bottom line is that perfect GPA is not important. And at some point in time, GPA will not matter. GPA will not matter. But what will matter is the research that you do, the impact of the research that you do. These are things that will stay for you for the rest of your life. Once you become faculty out there, nobody will ask you what kind of GPA did you have during your undergrad or during your graduate. People will pay attention to papers that you've produced, impact that those papers have had. So motivation, ambition, and passion, these are things that we want to see in our students, and these are things that matter in the long run. Some students say, well, I really want PhD, but I can't because I don't have master's. Good news is that you don't need to have master's to get into our PhD program. You can apply directly from bachelor's to PhD. If you there is still an option to apply to master's/PhD programs, so you have an option to get master's on the way. But some students apply directly to PhD, and they say, "I'm convinced that's what I want to do," and they just go directly for masters. And again, but if you have slight doubts and you want to explore research first before committing, we do have a mass/ option available. Some students say, well, I want to do PhD, but I don't really know research area that I want to work with in. And that's fine. Many of our students who come to a program, they think that they know what they want to do, and that changes by the time they get into the program. Because the tricky part about research is not just research that you do. It's not just research that you love, but you also need to find an advisor who you're comfortable with and you would like to work with, because it's literally lifelong relationship, right? I mean, once you graduate, you still end up meeting your advisor somewhere at conferences or talking to them, etc., etc. So you probably want to work with somebody who you want to build a good relationship with and enjoy working with for 5 years. Okay, so sometimes when you come here and you think, oh, I want to do, I don't know, machine learning, right? And you end up doing systems. Okay, it's totally fine. That's why we have this model in place. That's why we give you freedom. You join our program, and we give you literally 4 semesters. Of course, we hope that you will make your decision or make up your mind sooner, but we give you 4 semesters to explore, work with people on different projects, and really make up your mind. That goes back to that slide about motivation, ambition, and passion. We really want you to know exactly that what you're doing is you like it, you're passionate about it, and you're pretty sure about the advisor that you're going to be working with. Okay, this is the model that we have in place. This is a model which has been tested by time, and I think that this is a model that really works, and you can really take advantage of this model by joining William and Mary. Again, that's pretty much all I had. But in addition to that, I just wanted to give you a couple of very quick tips as far as preparing strong application for PhD admission at William and Mary. And again, I just want to talk a little bit from the admissions committee point of view. These are things that we're paying attention to. And again, other schools that you might be applying to will be paying attention to similar things. So what we're looking for in your application is we're looking for some evidence of prior research experience, publications even. But again, this is not required. If you don't have publications, please don't be discouraged and say, well, I'm not going to apply because all the students I know have publications around me who apply to graduate program. I know that this has been becoming a norm in the past years. Other faculty at other institutions I'm talking to, they, in fact, very recently we spoke with some people who say literally they expect a publication before somebody can apply to PhD. That's not the case at William and Mary, okay? At William and Mary, we've been, in particular, in computer science department, we've been really good in terms of finding diamonds in the rough students who may not have a publication at this point in time, but who are really passionate about research, who are really motivated, okay? And these are kind of students we've been very lucky to recruit in our program, right? So your job is to articulate all that in your statement of purpose. Of course, if you have evidence like publications or significant research, that's great to put, but if you don't, please make sure to articulate things like passion and motivation in your statement. We want you to again, this is probably comes later in your career to become a leader or have leadership. But this is we would like to see evidence that you would like to do more things, right? We would like to see evidence of you being creative, hardworking, persistent. These are qualities which are extremely important during your PhD studies. Some people say, well, I don't think I am creative enough. I don't think I can come up with new ideas. And to tell you the truth, in your early ages of PhD program, creativity probably matters less than things like hardworking and being persistent, okay? New ideas, that this is something that usually comes later, towards the end of your PhD, towards maybe when you become faculty. But usually in the first few years, nobody expects you here at William and Mary to start coming up with new ideas. Usually you join the lab, you join a train which is already moving, okay? And it's an analogy, sort of you're jumping on this train and you're moving with the train, and then you learn in the process, and eventually that happens. I mean, in my own experience, usually students, when they're able to come up with really good ideas, that's kind of the time that they're ready to graduate, okay? And for us, the faculty, it's sort of, we feel sad, right? By the time our students get to the point when they come up with their own ideas, we have to tell them bye, because they're ready to go and they're ready to graduate. But that's part of the process. The 4 major application components are personal statements, your transcripts, letters of recommendation, and test scores. Luckily, for some of these test scores, we've eliminated GREs, as many other universities out there, so you don't need to take one that extra exam. If you're an international student, you'll still need to take TOEFL unless you have degree, undergraduate degree from the United States. In that case, we're going to waive it. But again, things that will matter here is, of course, your grades will matter, but what will matter even more is your personal statement. We are interested in your story. We are interested to see what led you to graduate school, and we're interested to see evidence that you're really passionate about research and you want to do more, okay? And you want to have impact. Of course, letters of recommendation will be important. As far as personal statement, again, describe your research experience, mention if you've built some software in the past, mention some software project that you participated in classes and outside of classes. Describe your future research interests, but you don't have to mention things like, oh, I want to work with a professor A and B, because you're not going to be admitted to somebody's lab. You're going to be admitted to the department. It's okay to mention that you're interested in somebody's research, but again, you'll have an opportunity to literally work with anybody you want before you lock in on the research area. Make it personal or unique to you, and obviously try to personalize your statement. Don't just send generic statement to every school. Tell us why you're interested in William & Mary. Getting strong letters of recommendation is important. We require 3 full letters. Make sure those letters are from faculty with whom you had an opportunity to work on research-related projects. If not, then at least make sure to ask people who have seen you working on significant projects, because that's something that we use as evidence of your ability to do significant research. Make sure each letter counts. Letters from other disciplines are fine. But also make sure that you have letters from computer science professors. And if you had internships, that's also fine. But make sure that your letters are not just from your internships. Again, make sure to get strong recommendation letters. We read all those letters. Those letters matter. So why William & Mary? And I'm going to leave you with these questions that hopefully you will ask throughout the day. I'm sure you have your own long list of questions, but questions here are there faculty in your desired research area? Are they taking new students? What is atmosphere like in the department, lab? Is it competitive? Is it collaborative? I know the answer to that question, but I encourage you to figure it out on your own today. How frequently do students meet with the advisor? Is the advisor helpful? Are students in the department excited about their research? Do you have to work with advisors who currently have funding? How many years of funding are guaranteed with good progress? And what is the cost of living? These are all the questions that you should be asking as a prospective graduate student. And as Evgenia mentioned, and Professor Guris will be moving into this beautiful building in fall 2025. And we are all incredibly excited. Again, not just about the building, but about the trajectory our department is on. And with all that, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you. And Dennis would be here to answer any questions. Any questions? Don't be shy. Question there.
What is the difference between the MS-PhD program and going straight from a Bachelor of Science to a PhD program?
So the main difference is that if you go for a mass/PhD program, you get masters on the way. Okay.
Right.
Also, it matters a little bit from the funding perspective, right? So basically, students who we admit into the PhD program, we guarantee funding for them, and they must be funded unless they have a full-time job in industry. So that's the only exception, right? We do have a few part-time PhD students who don't have to have funding because they have full-time jobs. But typically, students who go for a mass/PhD program, they're students who want to do PhD, but they're not 100% sure, okay? And they want to have this option to be able to decide. Usually, the decision is made by the end of the first year, okay?
And the courses you take for the PhD program, I believe it's 10 courses, and then the rest is research. And then for the master's would be 8, yes?
Correct, yes.
So there is overlap in those 10 courses if you go straight to a PhD?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Is there any value in having the master's degree and a PhD, or is it seen the same if you just have a PhD and no master's?
No, I mean, if you have PhD, nobody will look into your CV and say, "Oh, they have masters," and that's a plus.
Okay.
That's absolutely not necessary. If the PhD is your final
Okay.
destination, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question about like the courses. Like basically, because when I was doing research, I quickly found out that my research doesn't. Sometimes it really needs some languaging. No, like needs some knowledge in other disciplines like math, statistics. Would the CS PhD program like course requirement? Can I take courses outside of EECS department?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, and you will need to get special approval from the graduate director and the chair. But yes, it's possible. In fact, we do have students who are currently interested in areas like at the intersection of computer science and neuroscience, or computer science and computational linguistics. So we have some special cases, and we allow students to take those classes outside of the department. As far as those courses being counted for the degree, that's a separate question. But if you need to take some classes to build your expertise in those areas, you can do that. But you will need to take 8 computer science classes, and for your candidacy, for 7 out of those 8 classes in computer science, you need to obtain 3.7 GPA. Does it make sense?
Yes, yes. I have another question about like the RA. So for the RA position, you work with your advisors,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay.
Full-time research, so no teaching responsibilities involved. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
And by the way, something which I forgot to mention, that in some cases you're teaching assistant for the first 2 years, but we do have some rare cases when students are able to move to research assistantship sooner than that. We have cases where students are being moved to research assistantship in the 4th semester or even in the 3rd semester. Okay, it depends on your unique case. It depends on how fast you're able to take all the classes and things like that. But it's not cut in stone that you have to be teaching research assistant after 4th semester. It can happen earlier. It depends on your advisor, your area, your progress in the degree, and a couple other factors. Okay.
Good morning. Okay, I am a associate professor of information technology at Old Dominion University. I'm also an adjunct professor of University of Science and Technology of China. But here, okay, today I ask a question on behalf of international students. The student currently is undergraduate student in the North Eastern University in China. He did summer internship with me, and he may be interested in apply at William Mary. I told him these are very good universities. So, is there any score for the English test requirements like the TOEFL or GRE for international students?
Yes, we so GRE is not required. We got rid of GRE, so you don't have to. I mean, you can still take it and submit it, but we officially not taking that into account. So, but for TOEFL, yes, you need to take TOEFL, absolutely. The only exception is people who have undergraduate degree from the United States, or took at least 2 years worth of classes in the U.S. University setting, or coming from a country where English was official language of instruction during the undergraduate degree. We're able to waive TOEFL requirement for those students. However, students need to petition for a TOEFL waiver. But for example, I can tell you for sure, students coming from China, they have to take TOEFL because usually English is not the official language of instruction in that country, right? So basically, it has to be not just university, but it has to be country where the language is official language of instruction. So the reason why we do that is obviously we want to make sure students who get into the program, they can effectively communicate. In particular, this is important for PhD students, right? Who will be teaching assistants, right? We want to make sure that they can communicate also to undergraduate students in those classes they're teaching for. But as far as exact bar for TOEFL, you can go to our admissions are the requirements are the same for every graduate program in the college. So this is not our unique requirement. All graduate programs at William & Mary have exactly the same bar for the minimum TOEFL score. Of course, the higher score you have, the better. Another important point to mention here is that every international student, even if they have very high TOEFL, who come here, they will need to take a test, right? When they're here on campus, our internal test. And if they pass the test, they're fine. But if they don't pass the test, they may need to take additional English classes, just to make sure they, they have adequate level communication skills to proceed with research and teaching. And this is, again, on top of the classes that they take. So this is not a major effort, usually. And many of the students who take those classes benefit greatly.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's very helpful. Okay.
Have some virtual question that Trevor gonna ask. So while he prepared those questions, I have a quick question for you. Is there any other fellowship that student can get while they're still on TA or RA, like some very talented student?
Thank you, Pradeep. This is an excellent question. So recently, we have several fellowships which have been fairly well established. One is Zabel Fellowship. Those fellowships are limited. I think we have 5 fellowships that are given away across all the graduate programs. And every year we have at least one computer science student getting that fellowship. I believe it's $5,000 on top of your stipend plus some research expenditures. Also, recently, the department has created a number of recruitment fellowships. Okay, so for some of the students, and again, some of you will have offers from other universities, right? And of course, we want to have you here. So for some students who have been ranked very highly during the admission process, we have some additional fellowships, which we call recruitment fellowships. So yeah, there are additional opportunities as well. Also, one thing which I would like to mention is if you are a domestic student, you will qualify for Virginia Space Grant Fellowships, and we have really good track record of students getting those fellowships. Again, those fellowships are on top of your stipend. So if you're a domestic student, if you are in a MS/PhD program, and you have research area established, we have really good track record of our students getting those fellowships. I think Trevor is our current recipient of the fellowship. You can talk to him. In fact, Colin, many years ago, you were a recipient of that fellowship. So I'm sure I'm missing some students. Yes, Heather is also a recipient of. Please raise your hand if you are recipient of this fellowship. So you can talk to these people. They know exactly what needs to be done to get it. But this is an amazing opportunity for domestic students.
All right, so we've got a question from the online group. This relates to the TOEFL exam that you were just talking about. So the person asks, if someone takes the IELTS General and they score well, will they still be eligible for the PhD in CS, or are they going to have to take the separate IELTS Academic or the TOEFL exam?
We have TOEFL requirement, and I need to go exactly check admissions requirement that we have for the college. If there is a version, comparable version, internationally accepted, I believe that's the version that they're mentioning in the question, right? I think we will consider that. So if you have a specific question like that, just send me an email and I'll look into your particular case. Okay. We usually have very few of those exceptions. Yes. We accept it. I just don't remember exactly the bar. Yeah.
All right, so we had another question earlier on, and I think you touched on this already, but just for the sake of clarity, I'll ask it. So this person asked, is it possible for students to just start off as being an RA, like from the beginning, or are all students admitted as TAs and then become RAs later on?
It is possible. It is very rare, but it is possible. I mean, and if you're interested in nitty-gritty details, the reason why it is difficult to do it from semester number one, because if, let's say, faculty hires you as research assistant, you will still need to take those classes, right? And typically, the PI would also need to pay tuition for the classes you're taking. One fact about William & Mary is that from your advisor PI perspective, once you're taking classes, it's relatively high tuition that they need to pay. But once you're done with classes and you move to candidacy status, it's a very nominal fee for the TA for once you become a research assistant. So the answer to your question, yes, it is possible. We will obviously entertain that option if the faculty wants to do it from day number one. Any faculty can do that. In fact, if they have funding and if they have immediate urgent project, they can do that. But the reason why it doesn't happen often is because of the model that we have in place and also high cost of tuition that usually is paid on your behalf while you're still taking classes. Okay.
So I think, do we have time for one more?
Yes.
So this question is about the application fee, and they're asking if there's any provision that the fee might be waived for people that attended the symposium.
I think if I understand correctly, we will waive, right, the fee for Oscar may know exact details.
We'll answer that question like throughout the day.
Okay,
We need to
yes.
confirm with Vanessa for sure.
Yes, so let's defer on that answer, but we will answer the question by the end of the day. Yes. This is something that we've been thinking about, but we need to confirm. Yes.
This is not the end. You guys can still meet us and ask questions throughout the day, or you can also send us email later and we'll be happy to answer those questions. Now, since we were running a little bit late, so let's have a break for 10 minutes and let's gather again at 11:10 sharp.
The other one, not this one. Not this one? Yeah, not this one. This is the first one. This is for the second session. Number 7. Or 6, sorry, 6. But can we make it 11:10 here?
No, this is PDF. I can't modify it.
Do we have, oh, I guess we will.
Tell people. Let me change this. Well, stream it.
Yes. Awesome.
Hello, and I
Hi.
I invited some of my classmates,
Okay.
and then they bailed at the last minute.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Anyway.
Good to see that you're here.
Yeah, I'm glad to be
Yes,
here.
yes. I remember that you're interested in forensics, right?
Yeah.
Data forensics. So actually, let me go and hook you up with someone that works on that.
Hi, everyone. Welcome again. So let's get started. Now, this session will be very exciting because that's what you're waiting for, the research field from our faculties. So individual faculties will come here in the podium and they'll present their research topics and discuss a little bit more. But remember, this is not the everything that they do. We have a wonderful poster session in the afternoon. So if you do have any question, you should also reach them out in the poster session, as well as plenty of time that we have during the breaks and lunch. Okay, so we don't expect much questions right now because it's just very short lightning talks. So I'll invite Gang first, who will be giving the talk. Now remember, the faculties who are giving the talk, you have to press right arrow in this laptop so that the next speaker appears in the screen, while you have this clicker you can use for moving these slides. Okay, thank you very much. You're already.
Is this PowerPoint or PDF?
Yeah, this is PDF thing.
Okay.
But this will work in PDF.
Okay, good morning. So I'm Gang. I'm going to introduce my research. Apparently, you see the left and the right doesn't match, right? So I have been here 16 years. I have done a lot of research in different areas. You know, computer science is moving fast. I'm pivoting my research. I have different focus of different years. This morning, one student approached me, want to know my networking research I did. Unfortunately, it's not even put here or here. Okay, so right now, my focus is really on, can you see the red dot? Okay, on computing for healthcare. We're doing innovation, right? I'm going to create a new whole field within computer science, of course, in collaboration with other science like healthcare. So computer science, I think we embrace innovation. I'm going to talk about this topic, what types of research, and how, as a student, you can participate in publication in terms of journal and conference as well. I thought about all this. Okay, I will give you one example topic research which is ongoing. This is a research not from National Science Foundation, but from National Institute of Health, because we're doing healthcare. And it is computing or computer, right? You do see some computing device. You see the smartphone, right? That's kind of mobile computing here. You see some wearable device that could be the ubiquitous computing here I'm talking about. So my research group actually designed this wearable hardware and get a company to manufacture it. So basically we have the accelerometer gyroscope minimized and put it wearable on your ankle. So for patients with Parkinson's disease, so I want to make sure first I'm working on a significant problem. In addition that we have very novel science. The problem is that patients with Parkinson's disease, about 50 of them have freezing of gait, and that don't have a cure. So freezing of gait is that their brain or neuron sometimes get disconnected with their muscles. They want to move their head and keep walking, but their head cannot be lifted off the ground. So basically get stuck. And while they keep moving on the upper body, they will fall. And this could happen 1 time per week, 1 time per day, or 10 times per day. When it comes to case you have multiple times per day, basically your life sucks. So I phone interviewed many patients. They're willing to pay whatever they have if they can get off from this freezing gait. So it's pretty significant problem. Now, the computing science or computer science we have is that it's on the wearable, ubiquitous, and mobile computing. We design wearable solutions, and we also put in AI, machine learning, into it to analyze the digital signal from the sensors 24/7. We analyze the digital signal stream, use digital signal processing algorithms, AIs, to say, hey, is this an intentional stop? The patient just stopped walking, or this is a freeze. They want to walk but get stuck. How to abort it? So we have to do that within 0.0 seconds, at most 1 second, because if it's later than that, even though you detect it, you cannot do anything. They're going to 4. So we have this vibration device. It's something similar like the vibration on your smartphone, right? We make it wearable so that once we identify it gets stuck on the freezing gate, we trigger a vibration with a specific frequency and strength at length so that your neural system of your brain can be distracted. Somehow your muscle can follow what you're thinking. You can lift your feet and keep walking. So we have tested this with over 20 patients in the past 3 years. And my PhD student, Kelly Coleman, has been working on that. And now Johnny Clapham is joining that. And we're also in commercialization phase right now. We just started a company. A student is temporarily pausing PhD status and become William Mary staff to focus on the commercialization for the following 15 months. And he's still working on PhD. He will finish that. Okay, so this is just one example. We have hardware, we have digital signal processing, we have machine learning, we have application, we have system deployment. We even have user study. So some of the Kai stuff probably will help in the future. We have some new hire of a faculty member we're collaborating with. Okay, another one also with health, also with the hospital Parkinson's Disease Center in Richmond. So it's about a tremor. Parkinson's disease patient has a lot of symptoms. Freezing gait is just one of them. They also have tremor. The hand will involuntarily vibrate. We'll also use our device. You see, this is a convolutional neural network to detect when it happens and what's the degree, how serious it is, things like that. And you say, develop wearable and also mobile API and apps based on the API. So we just do everything in the whole system ecosystem. These are just examples of my research. I will not have time to go more, but to give you a bigger picture. So what I'm talking about. So on the bottom, you see, my group designed sensor platforms. We do design hardware if we cannot find existing hardware on the market. If we cannot, we design it. So far, you see, we designed a lot, like this wearable for freezing gait. We also have electromagnetic sensors. We designed use microcontroller, wearable, and based on that to detect the angles of your joints when you're doing motion. We also have textile sensors, basically for some material like Levi, the gyms, they have some, and other industries, they have some material you can wear, but it's conductive and stretchable. When you stretch, the resistance level will change. We use a microcontroller, cut off one piece of the fabric and weave it with a special machine on the t-shirt you're wearing. And right now it's on the knees, on the knee sleeves. We use that to measure how your ankle bend 24/7. We use that to help diagnose potential diseases or progress of knee arthritis. We work with doctors that have X-ray, MRI. We connect all the sensors together. So, and also this one is that we designed some hardware to measure AC power and DC power for Internet of Things device deployed in the hospital environment to see what's the power consumption and say what are they doing, what is they exposed to do. Or the power consumption shows that they get compromised, they're leaking data, privacy or security, those issues. So basically, based on the application on the top, I put it example applications. Basically, the application mostly come beyond the computer science. Almost all my collaborators, not a computer scientist. They're from School of Medicine, School of Nursing. So the problem came from then, their existing health problems. And we identify how we can design, use wearable hardware or anything else to help conquer that. Of course, in between, beyond the application and the sensor platform, I'm going to focus on how do you do modeling and how do you do system, right? The modeling, I apply machine learning, digital signal health to build a convolutional layer or transformer, or even right now, large language model, how to fine tune it to solve the problem, basically. That's a key. And also work on the system side to look at, okay, for the computing system, here is not a server computer. mostly it's a phone or even a wearable device. How the AI models can work in that environment to be energy efficient, computational efficient, meet the delay requirement, and other things. Okay, to advertise that this area, we have to create journals, create conferences so students can participate. So I'm currently editor-in-chief together with Yusuf Lee from University of Pennsylvania on this SM transactions on computing for healthcare. It was starting in 2018. It's a new journal, but it's one of the top journals. You can see this journal is beyond incorporating computer science, but also have ECE, mechanical engineering, biomedical, psychology, and health in general. So the whole editorial board consists of a lot of faculty from different areas. But it is computing for healthcare. So basically, we're bringing the impact. We're advancing computing, but to benefit healthcare as well. So it's in nature interdisciplinary. Another one is for conference. From 2016, I started to help build a conference called Chase. So this year, Chase was invited to be part of ACM FCRC. FCRC typically will choose multiple topics to think they're interested to emphasize per year. And this year they picked 10 areas, and it's in health, computing for health. So our Chase conference is picked as a conference to present that. So just let you know, a lot of things are ongoing, and we'll keep pushing new research areas as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jie Ren. I am an assistant professor here. I joined William & Mary from 2002. So I would like to briefly introduce my research, which is democratizing the big application deployment on computing systems. So nowadays, we have a lot of big applications such as this scientific simulation, the machine learning and the artificial intelligence, and a lot of in-memory databases. Those applications are extremely resource consuming, not only just the computing resource, but also the memory resource. So the big memory can help to achieve all those goals. In terms of the deployment process, the scientists or the software developments, they have their data, they build their solutions, but finally they need to deploy on the computing resources. And in terms of the computing resources, currently it comes to a lot of heterogeneity here. In terms of the computation, we have the CPU, we have the GPU, we have the specialized accelerators such as TPU or like FPGA to accelerating the computing. In terms of the memory resources, we have the traditional DRAM, we have the high bandwidth memory, we have the persistent memory, and we can also access the cloud storage resources. The increasing heterogeneity actually increase the management complexity of the existing solutions. So my work is focusing on the new abstraction, new algorithm, and new software system to democratize the big application deployment for the data management and system standpoint. So here I would like to emphasize what's the democratization mean here. So I talk about it from two perspectives. From the system perspective, we want to lower the computation resource cost in terms of the purchasing those hardware or the energies perspective. And also we want to democratize the human efforts when the people trying to deploy the application onto this heterogeneous computing platform, so that the programmer can use just a simple API to use the entire resource, all the resources without significantly changing their applications. So here is some example what I am doing. I am working on the enabling the billion scale machine learning model training on those GPU clusters, such as those large language model, transformer based, or the deep learning recommendation model. And I'm also working on enable the large-scale scientific simulation to working on the heterogeneous memory systems. Here we can see some HPC applications such as molecular dynamics or particle in cells, they are requiring a lot of memory resources. But on the hardware side, we have the memory hierarchy, so how to use them together to make it run fast and efficient. That is what I'm doing. And besides, I'm also working on the machine learning for the computer system optimization, such as we are using the anomaly detection to trying to find the anomalies in HPC clusters. We are trying to predict the memory access pattern so that we can have a better intelligent caching algorithm, and also understanding the log from the system using the large language model. So if you are interested, please reach out with me for my William Mary email. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. It's so weird that they have two monitors. Okay. So I'm a new professor here as an assistant professor, and I graduated from Georgia Tech in focus on human-computer interaction or human-centered computing. I will just briefly overview some of my research area. One is, of course, HCI, and I just want to know who has heard of this term HCI. Raise your hand. I was really surprised. So basically, HCI is a field that I really care about human beings, right? As compared to some other, more traditional CS faculty members here, and maybe some of their research cares about or focus on speed, accuracy. But my research really cares about how human beings interact with the system in the real world situations. And while after we are interacting with all the systems, what are the perceptions change or not, and how that influence people's behaviors? So this is my research area. And historically we have all computers, so this is basically a computer, right? But later on we have human AI interaction and a human large language model interaction, so which also combines different areas, but it's still human-centered computing. And another research thread is my work is also focused on data visualization and also social media analysis and social computing. We're all living in a social media and social networking, space. So and how our speech and behaviors are influenced by the social media influencers. So this also misinformation. This is also my part of my research. As well as cognition learning. I will talk more about more concrete examples in under my current research focus on cognitive learning, CS education, and programming languages learning. Basically my whole dissertation actually during my PhD at Georgia Tech is focused on trust and trustworthy. So if you have, look at the news this week and, the president actually, they have an executive order focused on what? The safety and the trustworthiness, of the AI and also the large language model. So I think there's a lot of huge opportunity to explore how can we ensure, more equitable access and also the responsible use of AI and large language models. As well as my research also focuses on equity. So what does equity mean in computational science or in computing? So how many people have used ChatGPT? Quite a few, right? So, but if you look at the Pew Research Center data, the PEW is basically they were usually run the national representative sample. So if you look at the most recent poll, and only 19% of the US population have used ChatGPT. So my question is actually, who are not accessing to the most recent technologies? So those are the people we need to help, right? So this is more about the equity and accessible in terms of computation and computing. In terms of the domain or a lot of design applications, in my field is mostly focused on health. We'll talk about what kind of health domains I've been working on, and also crisis informatics such as disasters and crisis management. COVID-19 is one of the special public health crises. So, okay, several, my ongoing research is just to highlight one. There are many other areas that we're working on. So one is what I call is human large language model interaction. So, okay, instead of just talking about which model, these days the BERT or GPT and who performs better in terms of what task, and I care about what are the people needs, values, and activities in the case of using large language models, right? And how people use ChatGPT in your writing your assignment. Are you allowed to use that? And also, how can we ensure the ethical use and deployment of large language models, and also to establish this kind of standards to their trustworthiness in different contexts? And also, how do people's interactions with large language-based or enabled system impact their perceptions and behaviors? So as one of control example that we are currently doing evaluation of field deployment regarding how large language models or enabled systems, in terms of mentoring students, learning programming and CS education. As well as we're also designing tools and games to promote AI literacy. This is what I call a generative AI literacy. So if you ask, the key is around surrounding you, and how do they trust Google or any AI enabled systems? Probably yes, maybe they are the golden truth or the ground truth, but is that necessarily the truth? So this is something you really focus on the educational aspect to the K to 12, for example, and also more advanced users, even some of the professors in other departments, right? And also to examine the ethical use and deployment of large language models and establish standards of their trustworthiness. We're also deploying different kind of benchmarks to what we mean by trustworthy large language models. And also another area is really promising from my perspective, is really engage with the community-based research. So this is basically a very HCI classic methodology to engage with local communities, with the people you care about, in producing more applicable and usable and trustworthy of the tools. So this is one example that this is our very recent paper that also got best paper honor. I mentioned in the top tier conference HCI that we are trying to understand how large language model generate misinformation compared to the human created misinformation. And we've actually found that the AI generate misinformation, they tend to be more simulating the human tongue. There are more findings related to this work. I'm happy to talk more offline. Well, in terms of how we adopt this human-centered design and evaluation in different domains of the applications, I've been working on different health-related areas, ranging from chronic illness management like diabetes, and also public health, like, of course, COVID-19 is one of them. And also recently I've been working with, different researchers and across different areas in addressing people's mental health, asking about how much isolations we have done in the past few years. We lost so many years, we want to get them back. As well as, focusing on caregivers and children, as well as, and also prevention, such as healthy eating and physical activities. So for that, I will end my presentation. And remember, the one thing we care about is not just the focus on the accuracy and speed, but also how we can adopt this human-centered computational science in addressing the real-world situation and contexts. Thank you.
Hello all, I'm Yanfu Zhang, assistant professor in computer science, and I started my appointment this year, so I'm quite new here. So my research is about machine learning on graphs. Actually, graph is a generic term which can be used to describe a lot of different applications. So here we have some examples. For example, social network. If you are using Twitter, Facebook, or maybe LinkedIn, actually every user is a node, and every maybe follow or unfollow is just some kind of interaction, and we can view that as some kind of edges. So in that sense, we can build this social network as a general graph. Also, we may have like information networks. For example, if we want to read a paper and we want to organize our thoughts about that paper, maybe we can draw something like that. So that's kind of like a knowledge graph, or maybe just simple information networks. Another example here, road network. So this is a little different from previous one because here every destination may be a spot in this graph, and we are interested in like the distance between different destinations. So we can schedule our paths if we want to reach out to a specific spot. Also, we may have Internet of Things, which basically every sensor, every equipment is a node here, and they have different data. They have different requirement for the throughput. So here we can again build the connection between different equipment, and then we build this whole graph. Also, brain networks. Basically, we parcel brains into different regions, and different regions have connections. They exchange signals, so we can monitor their signals in different area, and then we can build this whole brain connectome. Also for protein interactions, so that is very useful if we want to annotate the function of new proteins, or maybe just to infer the possible interaction, which is undiscovered here. So we can see, actually, as a general term, we can use graph to describe all these kind of things. And actually, that is where machine learning comes into play. So traditionally, if we want to do some applications with images or with texts, we can use many established algorithms, such as from XNet to very closely VIT or something. And for large language model, we have generative models such as BERT, STM, and GPT. So that is for images and texts. And actually, we can see a connection between images and text and the graphs. So image actually is a regular graph. So every node has exactly, I don't know, based on the definition, based on the dimension of images, basically it has like 4 adjacent pixels, right? And for text, we can use like random field or like condition random field. That is, we can we can evaluate the probability that two words comes together, and use that probability as some kind of connection. So even in this case, we can generalize the texts and the images to a more general graph setting. In this simpler setting, for texts and images, definitely we can use this established methods. But if we generalize to graphs, we must consider more. Besides node classification, where in the classical image case, it is more like we classify what does some image represent. We may have some more applications such as link prediction. So previously, I mentioned that social network. So link prediction here means that we want to find some new friend for a user, and we may want to recommend some new product to a user. So for community detection, we can use that to detect some induced graph from induced subgraph from a large graph, and that can be an essential structure of that graph, and we can use that to do a lot of predictions, particularly for like brain connectomes. So here we can find the difference. In previous methods, we are dealing with regular data structure, but in graphs, every structure is irregular. So we do not know how many neighbors one node may have, and how many graphs we may have, how many nodes each graph has. So that in that case, graph deep learning on graph basically is to deal with this irregularity. And previously, we have many different classic methods to solve all these problems related to graphs, such as we can use a spectral graph theory. We can use discrete structure to design some quite smart but very difficult algorithm. A recent new trend is we can unify everything into a graph neural network. So it is not universal, but it can address a lot of problems. And we can see evolution here from very ancient version graph convolution network, which derived from graph Fourier transform, to a very recent version based on like attention or based on transformer. Actually, my research is about is following this stream, and we can do a lot of things based on the current evolution of graph neural networks. For example, you can looking for stronger expressive power. For that reason, since graph Fourier transform is defined on all frequency domain, but previously, typically graph neural network only can be considered as a low pass filter. So that is something we can improve, right? And also, we can extend the current research on graphs to multimodality. For example, we can consider the combination of graphs and text. We can consider how to inject the knowledge automatically into graphs. So based on that kind of method, we can design automatic method to derive a knowledge graph. And we can also consider fairness for graphs. So for certain networks, maybe resources are distributed unevenly across users. So it is important to make this kind of consideration. So more generally here, we can consider like machine learning for social good, for science, and for health. So if any of you are interested in my research, maybe we can have some talk after this lightning talk, and you can find my contact through the webpage in the computer science department. So that's my presentation.
Hi, my name is Stephen Herwig. My name is Stephen Herwig. I'm an assistant professor. I've been at William & Mary for about a year now. And my research area is system security. So what is systems? Well, systems is a low-level software that applications run on top of. It includes the operating system, the network protocols, the storage stacks, all of which provide services to applications for interacting with their environment. What happens if that environment is untrustworthy? Well, think about it. It probably is. We run our applications on third-party providers like the cloud, which share and sell our data and expose it to hackers. We run sensitive banking and messaging applications on our phones, which we misplace and lose. And there are all sorts of emerging fields, some of which we've already heard about today, things like IoT, smart vehicles, and embeddables, where an application's environment is a set of ever-changing peers, some of which misbehave. So my overarching research question is, can systems protect applications from untrusted environments? And in approaching this question, I use two broad techniques, special hardware and cryptography. The main type of special hardware that I use, which is available on many new CPUs, is called secure hardware enclaves. The main property that enclaves provide is memory isolation. So while an application is running in an enclave, its memory is encrypted, and only the CPU can decrypt that. So this is very powerful because in theory, all the other parts of the system, like the co-resident applications, the other hardware, even a physical attacker can't observe or interfere with that enclave. And I'm sure you're familiar with cryptography as a way to hide communication. But nowadays, we use cryptography to solve very complex problems, like computing on encrypted data, sharing that data at a very fine-grained, with very fine-grained permissions, and then allowing anonymous access to that data. So to give a flavor of this research, I want to briefly describe one project that my group was working on, which combines both techniques. And the setting here is the cloud. So imagine we have a bunch of clients that are sharing some cloud storage. Now, so this could be something like Amazon's S3. So they want Amazon to store the data for them, but not actually see the data. So to do this, all the clients share a key and encrypt their data and then upload it to the cloud. But there's two problems with this. The first is that given enough time, the cloud or some determined attacker could brute force that encryption key. And the second problem is that an attacker could hack one of the clients and get the key. So how can we mitigate against this? Well, it's simple. We simply periodically rotate the encryption key and re-encrypt the data. How can we do this efficiently? Well, this is what my group is looking at. So we're taking some ideas from secure messaging apps, things like Signal, and combining them with enclaves to provide really efficient group key establishment protocols. And then rather than have the cloud actually re-encrypt the data for us, we're using a technique called proxy re-encrypt. Rather than have the clients re-encrypt the data, we're having the cloud do it for us using a technique called proxy re-encryption. So this is a really cool technique where the cloud can re-encrypt the data in place without learning the new encryption key. And I want to underscore that we're really building this system. So we're modifying the Amazon SDKs so that we can evaluate this system on the live cloud. So in this talk, I've briefly touched on my research, which is designing and building secure distributed systems using secure hardware and applied cryptography You can find out more about my research at the link below, and I look forward to meeting you throughout the day. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Bin Ren. I'm an associate professor at William and Mary. And my research focuses on the parallel computing and high-performance computing. And my recent research focuses on the accelerating the deep learning and deep neural networks on resource-constrained devices. And today I'm going to introduce some of my recent research. And if you are interested in this, and contact me. And we are hiring. And hopefully we can collaborate in the future. Okay. So today I'm going to introduce real-time deep neural network execution on mobile devices with compiler optimizations. Okay. So first, let's look at some very general background. As we all know, these days deep learning and deep neural networks are everywhere, and these are just some sample applications, and many faculty members in our departments are working on different kinds of fields and different kinds of applications. And usually we can execute these kinds of applications on different kinds of hardwares like GPUs and FPGAs and TPUs. And all of these hardwares are deployed either on the server or on the edge side. And my research, recent research actually focused on the edge side, focused on the mobile devices. And why we want to focus on the mobile devices? Actually, because of three clear advantages. The first one is about the privacy. And for many times, if you take a picture, if you want to do some analysis, if you have a video, but we don't want to upload this kind of data to the server because of some privacy issue, privacy concern. And yeah, then if you have the AI capability on your cell phone, then that's great. Yeah, you can just run the AI capability and deep neural network analysis and capability on your cell phone. And the second one actually is about the latency. If you upload the data and do the analysis and get the result back, the network communication will incur significant latency on the overall procedure. Yeah, and the third one actually is about the cost, especially the cost for the vendors. And if vendors want to run their AI capability, usually if they can run this kind of AI capability on your cell phone, then they can save a lot of money. They can save the money on their server, save the money for the cloud. Yeah. So these are three clear advantages for running the AI or deep neural networks on mobile devices. However, it's challenging. Yeah. Although these days our mobile devices are very powerful, we have cell phones with CPUs, GPUs, DSPs, very powerful. But our deep neural networks are also becoming very large. Yeah. So for example, if you want to run YOLO object detection on cell phone, and it usually takes millions, hundreds of millions seconds. However, if you want to achieve the real-time processing, then it usually needs 30 milliseconds or 30 frames per second in this kind of speed. So there is still a huge gap between them. Then how to address this? This is a research, my recent research focus on. So actually, here are just some samples. Okay, so I can briefly introduce both of them. Actually, the first one is compression and compilation co-design, and the second one is a pure system method. And in the first one, actually, probably we have very straightforward. I'm thinking here, the model is large. Why not we just compress it? Yeah. So we just prune it and compress it in the smaller one. This is very cracked thinking. And there are lots of research focused on this aspect. For example, we can prune the model, and we have different kinds of pruning approaches. If we categorize these pruning approaches into two categories, then we have the regular, the structured pruning, and we have the non-structured pruning. The non-structured pruning can prune the weights in a very random way, but we can preserve the model accuracy very well. And however, the pruned model is very hardware unfriendly. If we want to run this model, it's very challenging for us to get the ideal performance. For the structured pruning, we can get a very dense, very structured model, but the model accuracy will be sacrificed. So can we do something in the middle? yeah, this is our research. Yeah, we can do. Yeah, of course, we can design some fine-grained structures and very small, patterns, and we can organize the computation and the communications, around this kind of patterns, and we can design the, proper pruning approach and design the proper, compilation optimizations around this kind of design. Then we can get both high accuracy and high performance. So this is a very brief introduction about my first, approach. But we still have a very clear downside here. We need to compress the model. We need to change the model. We need to retrain the model. So it's a kind of intrusive method. Yeah. So a very straightforward question here is: can we do it with a non-intrusive method without changing the model at all? The answer is yes. We can use some, pure system approach. We found these days the deep neural networks have lots of layers, have 1,000 layers. And if we have lots of layers, we have lots of, data movement, we have insufficient parallelism. Why not we just, do some optimizations on this aspect? Yeah. So the very straightforward idea is we can just do some fusion. If we fuse some operator together, of course, we have thousands of operators. Which operators can be fused together? How to fuse them together? All of these are open questions, and this work actually is about this aspect. Okay, so build on all of these kind of techniques, and we designed the deep neural network acceleration framework, and then we can achieve the real-time real-time execution support for DNN on mobile devices for the first time. Our software outperforms the Google's product, outperforms Facebook's product, outperforms many open source tools. If you want to contribute to this kind of work, and please contact me. Okay, if you are very interested in the system aspect of the deep neural network or deep learning acceleration, please contact me. And we are hiring. And yeah, thank you.
Switch that.
Hey everyone, finally it's my time to introduce myself. My name is Pradeep Kumar. I'm assistant professor in the department. And I'm going to present very interesting insight on the deep learning is systems research for data science. And what we do, when you talk to some systems researcher, you will definitely get an idea. Our job is to improve the performance, but the performance is just a metric. We all do improve the performance, but we also care about other aspect of the system. We want to provide fault tolerance, usability, productivity, programmability, and many other metrics. Let's take some idea. When we do that, what exactly we do, we advance the understanding of the system and establish new abstraction theory and technique. Now, the second point I want to emphasize a lot. When you buy today a USB device, you simply put it in your laptop and boom, everything accessible. You don't need to know about the hardware internals. You don't need to know about the software that makes it accessible to the user. So that's what the system research is. And that's why I usually define systems research is building an abstraction so that the complexity is fully hidden to the end user. Right? Now, why is that very much important? Because when we provide such kind of simplicity to the user, the complexity is transferred from the user to the systems researcher. So we literally deal with lots of the complexity in research ideas. And you might simply think, oh, this is already done, but may not be done because we need to make it very easy to program, very easy to use. Now, let me just give you one idea. Right? People have built operating system for years and years, and there's still some research to be done. Now, what are the new things that we can do for deep learning? One of the research challenge that everyone knows is deep learning training is not only just memory hungry, but it is also computational heavy. That everyone knows. Now, what we can do, right? We can, at least our team believes, that we can introduce sparsity in the model as well as sparse data both. And that's where the future is. When we talk about the pruning that been just discussed, we reduce the size of the model parameter by almost 10 times, 50 times, things like that. We have achieved sparsity up to 90%. So a billion model parameter can easily fit in maybe just 10 million data points, right? But in order to achieve that, you see some of the patterns that are introduced. Well, these are the patterns. And anytime you have the pattern which is slightly different than the model which is dense, we don't have any programmability of the system. System usability is lost completely. There are no libraries, there are no usability at all. And of course, you won't be able to get the performance simply because you remove these parameters. Almost impossible. Rather, we have papers saying that these models take similar amount of time that the dense model takes. And that's what the research area is here. Now, one of the more interesting research idea here is inspired from operating systems research. The operating system does provide the usability of the underlying devices to the user without introducing much overhead. Now, when we are able to remove so many parameters, these becomes very tiny models. And it can run quickly because we are developing algorithms to make them really, really fast. Now, because of these models have become so fast, the overhead that the framework introduces, like PyTorch or TensorFlow, is becoming very noticeable. And believe me, no researcher really knows about that. We just measured this a couple of months back and showed that when your model becomes very small, it is no more determined by the GPU runtime, but it is because of how much time PyTorch or TensorFlow takes to run on the CPU, because the overhead runs on a CPU and it only runs on a single thread CPU. So they are not even utilizing the CPU. So those are the new insights that systems researchers always come up with, like me, and try to find out the solution. So definitely, system support is what we are working on. Algorithmic support we also need to work on because libraries are absent, such as NVIDIA don't really support all the sparsity kernel that we need. And then parallelizing is really, really hard. Now, once we do that, our job is to come up with a solution that is more deployable and advances the knowledge that we need to know, right? To make people aware about the underlying system. So we have developed a whole new framework where sparsity is actually first-class citizen. You can easily program by introducing sparsity to your data or to your model without worrying about much of the details. Now, this is backed by some of the optimized sparse kernel, which we have only taken care so far for sparse data called GNN1. We understand their patterns and show that these patterns actually are same across different sparse kernels, and just optimize one, and you can actually optimize all of them. That's again what the systems researchers usually do. Now, some of the works we are already focusing on is introduce sparsity in the model. We have great success so far. We just haven't published yet. We are exploring sampling to make the data small, another interesting research area that we are focusing on, and introduce some lower bits to do the computation. So rather than using 32-bit floating point, let's use 16-bit floating point. And we'll gather some more speed up there and many more. We have a poster session. You all are welcome. So because system research is very hard, we place a lot of emphasis on mentoring people. And believe me, all of you have some experience with deep learning, but when people come and talk to me, they simply say, oh, this is too much. This is where I start working, and my research area is actually below that stack, below that software stack. So they are usually not very well trained on system. Sometimes also because university do not have a mandatory course on operating system, it's purely optional. So we really don't find a student. But if you're interested, our group spend considerable time on training them. And it is very satisfying. At the end of couple of years, they say, yes, this is the job I would love to do. I would make the life easier for the rest of the people, and I'll take all the complexity myself, right? These are my student. I've been very fortunate to work with them. First three are already here. Sarah is not here. But actually, my first paper came with Sarah, so she's a very special student from me. So that's all from my side. And we have just, if you have any question, you can definitely talk to me. But just an announcement, aside from this, we have canceled the break. So I would like to request the next speaker, Dennis, here, while we switch the slides.
Thank you, Joe. Can you hear me? So again, my name is Denis Pashmanik. Since I already gave a talk, I'll try to be brief. My area of research is software engineering in maintenance. My core research interest is in applications of machine learning to software engineering, but I also collaborate with other faculty in the department. I collaborate with Adwait Nadkarni on projects related at the intersection of security and software engineering, and also Oscar Chaparro, bug reporting, and legal aspects of software engineering. Just talking about machine learning for software engineering, obviously everybody knows GitHub Copilot here, very effective tool, which is based on neural large language models. So actually, we started researching this area in 2014, believe it or not. We've been using neural language models for software engineering tasks a long way before this became cool. At that time, actually, our papers got rejected. People were like telling us, you don't know what you're doing and it has no future. Well, I mean, we've been persistent. And as I told in my earlier slides, persistence is important. And that's the opportunity to do things that some people don't agree with you with. So two major research directions here, deep learning for software engineering. That's what we've been currently working on for good 9 years or so. We're leveraging deep learning to automate software engineering tasks. And recently, we've been also tapping into trying to understand how we're going to build these systems of the future, where deep learning is going to be essential component in the systems. And I'm not going to delve into details, but there are lots of really interesting, unique, and difficult challenges to overcome how we build and maintain these kind of systems. And again, we've been covering pretty much solutions spanning all software development lifecycle, from requirements to design, implementation, testing, and maintenance. These are just some example solutions that we've developed, which rely on deep learning and domain-specific analysis. In particular, program repair, bug reporting, test case generation, clone detection, and code reviews. So I just want to quickly mention one specific area that I'm going to skip all this, that we are currently focusing on. And it actually relates to understanding what these models are capable of learning from the training data. And some of you may have heard about this paper, which basically showed that Copilot was generating security vulnerabilities, right? And suddenly, and again, we are in this honeymoon phase where we're just applying these language models for everything without even paying attention to what these models are generating. But eventually, we will start paying attention when these kind of security vulnerabilities will make it into production code. So we're actually trying to design techniques to try to understand what these models are actually learning from training data. And I have my students here, David, Alejandro, Daniel, who've been bravely advancing this very challenging area. It actually involves a lot of math. And so we actually have been using causal theory to try to explain what the model was able to learn from the training data in terms of the concepts that you as programmers understand and how to use that knowledge to effectively debug these models or test these models, or how to improve these models. And there's a lot of really cool work which is currently happening in this lab. Some of this work is fairly foundational. Hopefully, once this is done, we're gonna move into applications. So I see these guys, they can't wait to start moving into application phase. But again, lots of exciting opportunities, and we are really excited. So hopefully see you around in my classes, and hopefully research projects down the road. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sadie Lu. I graduated from Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan, and I just joined the department as an assistant professor this fall. So today I prepared 2 slides. One slide is mainly discussing my primary research direction called vehicle computing. And on the second slide, I will mainly talk about my additional research direction, edge intelligence. So for the first one, vehicle computing. Basically, my research topics are more related to the emerging mobility systems, like the autonomous driving, connected cars, electric car, as well as the emerging software-defined vehicles. And we know like vehicles are normally served as the transportation tool in the past century. However, with the rapid development of the communication and onboard computing, vehicles are not served as the merely the transportation anymore. In addition, they will serve as the computing. Basically, on this slide, we can say like vehicles can support the smart home sensors, public safety cameras, that they can send the data to the surrounding vehicles and to support the computation-intensive tasks. So this shows some examples of the computation role of the vehicles. However, vehicle computing not just limited to the computation. Vehicle itself is also a mobile communication platforms. For example, as shown in this figure, we can say the vehicles are normally communicate with the road infrastructures, like the traffic lights, as well as the signal tower, to receive the global information and perform more advanced computation tasks. And we also have the term such as a vehicle to everything, vehicle to vehicle, as well as the vehicle to grid, which is related to the energy delivery function of the vehicles. Think about the electrical vehicles. When some disaster happens and there is no electricity, actually the electrical vehicles parked in your home, at your home, or in the manufacturer, they can also deliver the electricity back to the grid. And this is also a promising use cases about the electrical vehicles, not just limited to the energy efficiency. And the fourth function of the vehicle is also related to the sensing, because vehicles are normally equipped with a myriad of the sensors, like the cameras, LiDAR, and radars. So they are capturing the surrounding information. And we will think the vehicle itself as advanced mobile sensors, which can be used to continuously capture the surrounding information and to support the other analysis, like the path planning, like the bridge health monitoring, etc. And then we will also think about the storage function of the vehicles. Like for the autonomous vehicles, every 8 hours of driving, it will generate around 40 terabytes of data. Absolutely, we cannot send all those data to the edge server, to the roadside unit. We need to clean the data, do some data synchronization, and then storage the data. So this is also another research topics or research challenges that we would like to address. So basically, this slide shows the 4-tier vehicle computing paradigm, shows the vehicles will communicate with IoT, like the drones, scooters, this kind called the micro-mobility systems. And also it will communicate with the surrounding vehicles, collaborate with the road infrastructures, even communicate with the cloud to support different applications related to the computation, communication, storage, energy delivery, as well as the sensing tasks. And my additional research direction is related to edge intelligence. So how many of you have heard about the edge computing? Cool. So edge refers to the edge of the internet, like your mobile phone, your laptop, also some smartwatch are both the edge devices. Normally they are small in size and have very limited computation power. So like due to the rapid development of the edge device, we do not always need to rely on the cloud. So for the cloud computing, normally we need to push the data from the data source to the remote data sensors to deal with the data. However, due to the latency, bandwidth, as well as a privacy issue, and also some as an end user, we hope the application be more personalized. So due to those requirements, we do not always need to push the data to the cloud computing. Instead, we need to deal with the data near the data source. So that is also one case of the edge computing. The edge intelligence here aims to solve the mismatch problem between the edge with the AI algorithms. Because normally the AI algorithms were developed by the very, very powerful cloud data centers. So there is a mismatch problem and we would like to address. So we currently will also focus on the collaboration between vehicles and between edge and edge, as well as some collaborations between the cloud and edge. So it can also support different applications like the connected health, smart home, smart manufacturing, and public safety monitoring, as well as AR or VR on the glasses or even for the autonomous driving. It can be treated as an emerging technique to support the new applications. So far, you can say like my research is not like it is more like the problem driving based. And currently we have a close collaborations with 3 automotive companies like the Toyota, General Motors, and Ford. Both collaborate with the research lab to solve some real-world applications problems. And also it is an interdisciplinary research area. So I do welcome students from different disciplines to join the lab, and we can talk later offline. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Gao. I am a new assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science. I graduated with a PhD from University of Virginia this May. So like some other faculties that just gave the presentation were very new here. So today my topic will be about domain generalization for healthcare. So how many of you have heard about domain adaptation / domain generalization? Okay, so some of you do, some of you don't. So basically, domain generalization is a topic that deals with the fundamental problem with machine learning, or in the current era, let's say deep learning. Because machine learning / deep learning algorithms, when they are trained, you train them on the data set. And then you say, okay, I am applying this newly trained algorithm on a practical case. And then you find out that in practice, your machine learning algorithm does not perform so well as it did on your training. Why? It's because there is something called the distribution shift between your training and your testing. So let's say you train your samples, you train your classifier, let's say as a transformer, on data set with people from one ethnicity. And then you apply the same transformer model for people of different ethnicity. Then in this case, your model might not perform so well based on the features that it has learned to prioritize during its training. And the same feature, when it's applied to the testing data, are not so pronounced. So they are no longer the guiding feature for your classification or prediction anymore. So the point of domain generalization is that we would like to build a system for previously unseen data set given one or multiple training data set. So in this image, you can say we want to classify bicycles, right? So we have bicycles from we have pictures of bicycles from a very clean background, and then we have pictures of bicycles taken from the hallway, which is a different domain. So let's call it blank domain. This is hallway domain. And then we have the corner domain where bicycles are parked in the corner. And so how do we learn from those three fields / domains to summarize the essence of bicycleness? Therefore, we can classify and previously unseen domains bicycles correctly, right? So this domain let's call it colorful corner, right? This domain is different from all three domains, but we would like to do some classifier training so that this classifier, even though it hasn't seen this domain previously, is still going to perform well. So how do we make sure the domain, so how do we make sure the classifiers perform well on previously unseen distribution, right? Okay, so now I would like to make a announcement or make a distinction between the traditional without domain adaptation or domain mitigation strategy, with domain adaptation strategy, and with domain generalization strategy. So if you see the first picture, so what do we mean by all the colors, right? So let's look at the blue one here. So the blue one is saying I have a distribution, which is my blue samples, and it's a binary data set. So I have positive samples being the circles or dots, and then negative samples being the stars. So if I'm training a deep learning based classifier, then so my classifier make a decision boundary with this dotted line. So for this data set, it's doing a perfect job, right? It's correctly classifying all the positive samples on one side of the dotted line and all the negative samples on the other side of the dotted line. Okay, so that's all good. But then let's see you have a similar domain, which this is the yellow domain. You also have the positive and negative samples of the same classes, but see the distribution here is slightly shifted, right? So the yellow things distribution and then the blue things distribution laid out in this two-dimensional picture are different. So now if you still are gonna apply the same classifier for this yellow domain, then you see that it's not doing as well, right? It's classifying a lot of negative samples to be positive, and then but it's correctly classifying the two negative samples correctly. But the gist of the story is that if you have a deep learning based classifier and you don't do any domain shift mitigation strategy, it's not very likely that it's guaranteed for your classifier to work well on a different but similar domain with respect to domain shift. So domain shift is the difference between your training domain or training set and your testing domain or testing set. The training and testing domains must be similar, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to apply the same classifier, of course, with domain mitigation. So similarly, we have the blue and the red domains here in this picture. And this classifier is performing very poorly on both the red and blue domains. So that's the problem with deep learning based algorithm without domain mitigation. Now, I mentioned one strategy of domain mitigation is called domain adaptation. So the domain adaptation strategies assumes that you know the distribution for your target domain. So you only look at two domains. So you have the blue domain for your training, and you have your you have some part of the yellow domain for your training, and you would like to correctly classify yellow domains data. So there are multiples, like not million maybe, but let's say there are like hundreds of strategies to do domain adaptation to align those two domains. Like in this case, where the two domains are aligned by various ways, such as adversarial domain alignment. So the negative samples and the positive samples are now correctly distributed on the both sides of the decision boundary. So this is for domain adaptation, in which you are working well on the target domain, but the assumption is that you know some of your target domain's information. But let's say, okay, it's working on this target domain, which is yellow, but it's still not working. It's still not very robust because it doesn't work on the red and blue domains, right? Even though the red and blue domains are the same question, they are proposing the same question to be classified or predicted. So that brings us to domain generalization, in which we have 4 domains, and you see they are now. Let's see, we know the 3, the blue, yellow, and green domains. So they're perfectly aligned, and so we would like to find a way to also align this unknown target domain in such a way that if you build a classifier on these 3 domains knowledge, you can extract the essence of what makes the positive samples different from the negative samples, so that this classifier will work universally, well, mostly universally, on a previously unseen domain with different with a different distribution. Okay, now this brings us to for healthcare, right? You have a algorithm already, so you would like to so the algorithm's purpose is always to be applied in a realistic setting. So let's see, you have 3 patients, and then each patient has several data. So each of the have several data points. So each of those things are 3 domains belonging to 3 patients. Now, the problem that I have been working on is how do you develop a classifier knowing the data from the purple patient and the blue patient, and you want to make it work on the yellow patient without previously knowing anything of the yellow patient. Because when you're deploying a strategy, you don't usually know your test subject before you deploy it. So that is the end of my talk. And if you're interested in domain adaptation, especially in the sense of general domain adaptation and generalization for healthcare, please come and talk to me. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Huajie Xiao, and my research focus lies in machine learning and federated learning for large language models. So I think large language model is a buzzword, but when we train the large language model, we should collect a lot of data from different users. So it may have a risk of data privacy leakage issue. So federated learning is a new distributed learning paradigm that can collaborate train the machine learning models without sharing the data with a central server. So it can protect the data privacy of users. So there are some challenges that we need to address. The first one is the data heterogeneity, because we collect data from different users or different hospitals. They may have different heterogeneous data. So how can we aggregate the data to improve the performance of the large language model? And secondly, when we do federated learning, we should transmit the model parameters from the local clients to the central server. So it may result in the communication cost and energy consumption because of autonomous model parameters. So how can we use like a few shot or one-shot federated learning to reduce the communication cost and energy consumption? And also, how can we develop some privacy preserving algorithms to protect data? And also, yeah, my advisor told me that, if you are working on the large language model, you give credit to OpenAI. So I should do something differently. So currently, I'm working on a foundation model for internet traffic. So starting from this March, we are pre-training a 0.2 billion large models for internet traffic. So last Friday, we already finished the pre-train of the foundation models. So we also did some tasks on 2 downstream tasks in network tasks. One is the DOH attack detection. Another is DOH query generator detection. So its accuracy is very good. For the downstream, its accuracy is over 98%. It means that in the future, I don't need to rely on OpenAI for their large language model. I can use my own model for the future research project. The second one, I'm also working on the physics guided machine learning. So the goal of physics guided machine learning is to incorporate the physical laws into the machine learning to improve the interpretability and generalization. So there are a couple of challenges. So first of all, how can you discover the invariant physical law? For example, we have multiple different domains, like Newton's law. So for Newton's law, it can be applied to different domains, like on Earth or on the Moon. But for the deep neural network, it will overfit on the data set collected in the current domain. It cannot generalize to another domain. So how can we incorporate the invariant physical law into the machine learning to improve the generalization ability? So here, actually, I submitted 3 NSF proposals. One proposal collaborating with Stanford, Caltech, and Berkeley. It's an AI for Astronomy Science Center, $20 million. Another is the physics guided machine learning for cyber-physical system. It is $7 million. And also we get one funded from the CPS. It's a medium proposal. So yeah, I think, yeah, this is my, introduction of my research project. If you are interested, please feel free, talk to me. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Yifan San. This is my 4th year as an assistant professor. So I basically work on the direction of computer architecture and a little bit on the data visualization side. So I consider myself, or I brand myself as building explainable computer architectures. So what is explainable computer architectures and what is computer architecture? And as you have seen that a lot of our faculties have been working on algorithms and machine learning, but without chips, we cannot really efficiently run these algorithms. So my goal is to design chips. And we see modern hardware is getting larger and larger. We have this distributed computing. We have these wafer scale computing devices. That is, this single chip is as big as my face. So they are really getting large scale, and we have these multi-GPU systems. We want to use multi-GPU systems to improve the performance, and GPU is actually an enabler of deep neural network algorithms. And we also have this type of actuators that are being interconnected together to deliver the extreme performance. And systems are getting more and more complex, like this type of SoC systems. This is an Apple M1 chip. So they provide really high heterogeneity to deliver high performance. So we really have problems like as the scale and complexity are getting larger is we cannot really fully understand this type of problem. So if we cannot understand this problem, then we cannot really design efficient architectures. Then we can have functional bugs, performance problems, security and reliability problems. Like one critical example is Spectre and Meltdown. That these problems are, these systems are designed in 1980s, but the problem was found in 2008. So the 30 years, nobody really fully understand this system. Then eventually we have this problem that cost billions of dollars that we need to patch these problems. So what if we design this problem that the designer can understand at the beginning, right? So that's my goal. So as you know, I work on a specific direction called simulation, because we design chips, we cannot really manufacture those chips. Those are super expensive, like AMD, Intel, NVIDIA. They spend billions of dollars working with TSMC to produce this type of chips. I cannot produce this type of chips. So I build simulators that recreate the behavior of these chips to simulate or mimic the behavior of these chips. So if we change some parameters and we change the design, we can see how the behavior changes in the simulators. And also, I've already talked about the computer architecture side, and because we also care about the human perspective, because eventually humans are the designers of those chips. So we really have to understand or consider if human can understand these type of systems or not. So we developed simulators like GPU Sim, which is the first simulator that is specialized for multi-GPU simulation. It provides high flexibility, high performance, and high accuracy. And we provide things like we really care about the usability of this type too. So we developed something called Akita RTM. We care about real-time monitoring, that we can look into the black box of the simulator and discover problems without waiting for the result to come out like 24 hours or a few days later. And we also develop visualization tools, as I have described before. And we basically require a lot of JavaScript and TypeScript, HTML, CSS skills to develop this type of visualization tools to see how this hardware executes in the simulator, how performance changes, and what exactly this hardware is doing at every time moment. So we develop this type of tools to help developers understand what's going on. And so I would say, why work with me? Then I would say, working with me, then you're not only going to publish in top tier conference, and you're also going to have a lot of collaboration opportunities. And you're going to develop our skills, including software development, web development, and data visualization. Although I design hardware, I really care about software development skills, that you're going to work with large scale open source software. And opportunities, you will have opportunity to do internship at major companies, and I have connections with startup companies and large companies, and I can always give you job recommendation. And I would say, as a PhD, how I define a graduated PhD is that you have an opinion. For example, my opinion is that we care about human perspective on chip design, and I want my graduate PhD to have an opinion, and you have the capability and the leadership to lead this direction. Okay, I think that's all my talk. I should still have Oscar, right?
All right, thank you. Two more talks, guys. I believe everybody wants to have lunch, right? So I'll try to be very brief. Oscar Chaparro, assistant professor here at the department. I lead the Software Evolution and Analysis Lab. These are my PhD students. I'm very fortunate to have them. Very smart here, very smart, and I see some of them are here, so that's great. Our research goal is to assist developers in evolving, designing, maintaining, and testing large software systems. We want to make them high quality. And for that, we propose different techniques that combine machine learning, natural language processing, code analysis, and so on, that can help developers on that end. And we also promote or design methodologies, practices, and so on. We're working on different research threads right now. I'm going to briefly summarize some of them. The first one is related to code complexity. So as we know, some code could be really complex to maintain because they have different structures, they are written in convoluted ways. And this makes hard to understand and hard to evolve the code, right? So we are exploring the use of code verification techniques that use formal methods to that end. And these techniques, what they do is they check the code and they produce a report of different types of errors in the code, right? And because they are using formal methods, there are guarantees that that if it detects one bug, that it covers all the bugs in the system, but it produces false positives. And these false positives, well, if we have complex systems, then they will produce, these techniques tend to produce more and false positives. So we actually correlated the number of false positives with how hard it is for humans to understand code, and we found that there is a positive correlation. And the implication of that is that we can use information from verification tools and use AI to try to predict when code is harder to understand or easier to understand. Basically, when code is complex, right? So we are exploring the use of AI to that end. And well, my student Adishan, I see him there. So he's working on this project, and he's going to present this project during the poster session. Come and talk to him to know more about this project. And we are also exploring the use of automated refactoring that can simplify the code. And our approach is to use verification tools to that end. We want to minimize the number of false positives. And that, according to the correlation we found, that will lead to simpler code and easier to understand code. The second research thread that we're working on, that I want to talk about here, is related to the software supply chain. And some students are working on this project. They're here. And essentially, well, probably you have developed software, and the first thing we do is use open source projects, right? Open source packages. We use them all the time to build software rapidly so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Of course, there are challenges associated with them. We need to keep track of them, of the dependencies. We need to comply with their licenses. We need to manage vulnerabilities that may come out. And also, we want to comply with regulations from the government and other entities. So one important technology that have come into place to that end is software bill of materials, which basically they are machine-readable documents that list all the dependencies of your system. And there could be like thousands if you have a very large software system, right? And they also would help with license tracking and security vulnerability tracking. So we conducted a study with many open source projects and people that work on machine learning, cyber physical systems, and we identified that this technology is not yet mature, and for many reasons. I'm not going to talk about all these reasons, but one of them is, well, lack of tool support that can accurately produce SBOMs, so that they are complete, they're accurate, they can, they have the right information for developers to address the challenges. And we are exploring the use of AI to produce SBOMs that are usable, that are effective, complete, and accurate. Trevor, my PhD student, worked on this area, and he will present again during the poster session. So come to him and talk to him about this topic if you want to know more. And well, we are also working on licensing, so how to do license compliance. And one of the main actors in doing license compliance is lawyers themselves. A lot of researchers have explored developers, what are the challenges that they face, but we have explored what are the challenges and the process of license compliance by legal practitioners. And we conducted a study, and we identified different tasks and challenges that they face that we want to address in the future. Nathan is right there, and he will talk more about that during the poster session. And I want to conclude with my last research thread here, which is bug report management. And who has seen these pictures all the time? Right? All of us, probably. And well, some of these bugs actually are okay. I mean, we can live with them in some cases, but for some software systems, it matters a lot. It can have a huge impact on people. For example, at airports, if you have a crash of the booking system or so, that could lead like a huge economical cost, huge impact. So we want to report these bugs when they happen, and actually they are reported in systems that have large use bases, such as Chromium. The other day I went to the issue tracker of this system, and I found that there were more than 100 bug reports submitted that they needed to address. I mean, developers need to address to restore the quality of the software. And well, when they come in, the development team has to go through a lot of steps, right, to deal with these bugs. They need to check if the bug report is okay, it contains all the information. They need to assign it to the right developer who can solve the bug. They have to detect if it's a known bug. They have to replicate the bug, find it in the code, fix it, right? So we have addressed these tasks are very challenging, especially when we have many bug reports coming in. So we have published a few papers on some of these tasks, and we have had the pleasure we have been recognized by the community with some awards as well. And just to give you a very brief idea of what we have done here, we have focused, for example, on developing techniques based on natural language processing, machine learning to detect when bug reports, textual bug reports miss important information, and we prompt the user to provide this information. We have explored also augmenting these bug reports with screenshots of the application of the system so that developers can understand and better debug and can manage the bug, replicate the problems, etc. And actually, Antu, who is somewhere there, he's working on some of this on this project, so he's also gonna present at the poster session. So come to him. And well, we have explored also the use of chatbots to guide people who really don't have the expertise to report bugs. So with this guidance, it will provide quality verification. It will provide graphical suggestions for reporters to report the bugs. And we have also focused on video-based bug reports, which show graphically through a video how to reproduce the bug and the bug itself. And we have, for example, we have explored the use of deep learning techniques to process automatically the video and try to reproduce it in the development environment. These are just some of the work that I have done. So of course, there are many more. And if you are interested in all these topics, please come to me and during the breaks or on lunch session. Thank you so much. And last talk is by Andreas.
I don't need this. Thank you, everyone. This is going to be only a 30-minute talk. No. I want to go have lunch. So my research area is in computational science. That is defined over the last 30 years as the intersection of mathematics, computing, and one application area. So as you see, my core here has always been numerical analysis of some sort and high-performance computing. You cannot do numerical analysis without high-performance computing. You can do the other way around, though. I've been dealing with eigenvalue problems all my life, linear systems of equations. Recently, I've been going to nonlinear systems of equations. I've been doing things with discrete mathematics, discrete everything. But at the end of the day, you have to do high-performance computing because the problem sizes that I deal with come from applications, and applications like physics, chemistry, machine learning, kernel learning. To deal with this, you often deal with matrix sizes of hundreds of millions. All right, so your Gaussian elimination doesn't work there. So we've been writing software. We've been collaborating with application domain experts to promote their applications, and at the same time, we promote the core software and core algorithms that we find for these areas. There's a lot of catchy things up there. If you're interested, talk to me afterwards. I'll be here throughout the day. I have several collaborators. These are all over the map, actually, people from numerical analysis, physics. I've been dealing with chemistry for a long time, but recently I've been doing a lot of lattice QCD. This is quantum chromodynamics. I always like this thing. It's just a mouthful. My PhD students, I think they're not here because they work remotely. I have one in Sandia National Labs, another one. Actually, a lot of my students are in national labs. This is one favorite area. So yeah, I think lunch is waiting, and I don't want to take this too long. Thank you very much.
Okay, just two more announcements, and then we were going to go to lunch. First, not every faculty were able to present. So we do have some other faculties who are here. You should talk to him, especially in cybersecurity. We already have Advait Nadkarni here. You should definitely talk to him. And Dimitri also works in cybersecurity, especially in the hardware side, architecture side. I think he's not here. Peter works on graphics. You should, oh, Dimitri is here. Okay, so you should definitely talk to him. And Peter works on graphics, which we didn't represent today, but he's well-known researcher in the graphics area. Evgenia also didn't present. She works on the system, characterization, and performance. Please talk to her also. And she's our department chair, so you should definitely talk to her. Now, the second announcement is regarding food. We were able to collect lots of data about your test bud, and we use generative AI to have a very nice lunch for you. But in order to know what technology we used, we have reserved a chair for the faculty. Talk to them to understand how we are able to do that. Thank you. So the next session is faculty panel. So this is more like very interactive session. Okay, so you guys should feel free to ask any questions that you wanted to ask, on how your PhD should be, any question, mentoring style, or anything that you have in your mind, research topic, whatever, they're going to answer it based on their experience so far. And we have people here who have been in William and Mary for many, many years, right? So I'm not going to introduce them on my behalf. I'll just hand them over the mic and they can introduce themselves. And then we'll simply start with the questions that you have in your mind, okay?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Huajie Xiao, and my research focus on machine learning.
Hi, Andreas Stathopoulos. I've been here the longest, I guess.
Hello, everyone. This is Janice, a new professor here in computer science department, focused on human-computer interaction, HCI.
Hey folks, I'm Adwait Nadkarni. I've been here for 7 years. I work in security and privacy.
So you can see we have the youngest faculty who joined this year to possibly one of the oldest faculty who has been here, right? So you will definitely get wonderful answers. So feel free to, ask the question from different perspective. Okay, so I think let's get started, right? Let's hear whatever the first questions we have. And I can hand over the mic, and also we have some volunteers who are going to be here to move the mic. So any questions? So maybe I'll start first, and then you can follow it up with them. So one of the most question, what you look for in student that you want to mentor yourself? What qualities in terms of GPA, maybe in terms of something else that you want to look for?
I can answer. So I don't necessarily look at the GPA. I look for extremely motivated students who are creative and who are not really afraid to learn something new every day. Because essentially systems research and system security research keeps evolving. So we really need to adapt. And I just look for students who are okay with just learning new things and new systems without being scared of them.
So from my perspective, in addition to your past research experience, sometimes students may not have experience in the past, in terms of research, which is totally fine. But what I care about is when I interview students or when I talk to students, I will get a sense of, if you can ask great questions. Okay, I think asking good questions, what that means actually that you put your thoughts and you put your thinking process into answering my question. I think in that way I can really assess if the students have this research sense. So this is what I call research sense. So it's very hard to explain because there's no magic number regarding what is considered as a research sense. But I think it's really you put your thoughts after sometimes digging into some of the research questions that maybe you got asked from the faculty members, and based on your experience and your knowledge, can you answer the questions with confidence? And this is something that I care about. And also, I care about personality, right? So I think doing your PhD is a long-term commitment, not just for time, but also your energy and also your physical and mental health, which is really important. So I think the personality, if your personality and the working style, do you feel like your advisor, your potential advisor matches your style? I think this is one of the most important to make sure that you can complete your PhD happily.
Excellent. I'll just add to that. My area requires a lot of background, mathematical background. It's okay if you don't have the background. It's better if you have. But what I'm looking for students is persistence and not impatience. So something says, I love this material. I don't care how long it's going to take. I'm going to learn it and work with you. So persistence is what I'm looking. That's number one for me. And again, I said I added to everything everybody else has said.
Yeah, for me, I like to work with students who are self-motivated and persistent. So Usually, I ask students to fundamentally understand the machine learning model instead of just tuning the model parameters. So I hope students can, solve some problems by themselves, and also students have a very good communication with me. Thank you.
Okay, any more follow-up questions? Also, people on the Zoom should, on the YouTube, should be able to post their question, and we'll repeat, and then panelists will answer.
Okay, so I have a question. So I think Janice and Edward mentioned motivation. So one thing is, how do you determine if a student has motivation or not? And if I'm already a student here, is there a way that I can improve my motivation?
That's a really good question.
Yeah. I think motivation is actually a little bit of a incorrect term to describe it. What I'm looking for is drive, right? Drive to actually do research and drive to just do well and solve research problems. Now, one way I evaluate that is through my classes. So I generally hire students from my grad classes, and it's pretty easy to demonstrate that you're highly motivated and driven to do research if you do well in the research aspects of the class, in the research project, if you formulate great ideas, or even if you don't really have great ideas, if you pull through with a mediocre idea but do it in a really really creative and spectacular fashion. So drive is pretty important to me. And now if you're already someone who is who is here, who is looking to do something, but you don't feel motivated enough, maybe it's not you, maybe it's just a thing. You need to find something that motivates you. You need to find something that you really would like to do and would inspire you to actually work towards it. So I don't really think you can improve motivation at something. You just have to find a thing that motivates you.
Well, in terms of motivation, right? So, my take is basically one. When it's during at the beginning of my PhD, I always talk to people about this. So I feel like my future students, they have really better potential than me. And well, I was back to a couple of years ago, so they're really good. And at the time, I don't feel like I know what my dissertation looks like, right? So I changed my whole idea during my fourth year. Okay, and I still have enough work to make it happen. So in terms of the research motivation and how to Yifan's question, so how can you determine if the students have the motivation to do research? I would say still by listening to their answers, the questions you ask them, and how to kind of get access, what are their thinking processes. So if they can explain a little bit background, and also it's not not like white and black answer. So it's more like really understand their thinking processes. If whether or not they can do some research in their offline or whatever, and to justify why they think that they propose. So I think this is one of things that you see they put effort into thinking. So that is one of the thinking, regarding the motivation. And also, I feel like how to improve your motivation. Oh, but I want to tell one or two very concrete example. When I talk to students or I interview students, right? So there's one student actually, the students has very unique background, and in terms of mental health, and this student really explained why he has suffered from personal kind of mental health issues. So this is really part of your personal experience from in the past that really motivates you to really examine what might be the technology, or what kind of roles technology can help us in addressing the mental health issue. So it's totally fine to have your personal past experience to justify why I'm looking really interested in this research area. But it's also totally fine that I don't know what I'm going to work on. I just wanted to do research because I've been in industry for a while, and I just don't like to do this kind of work. So this is another type of motivation to see, okay, I don't. So sometimes ask us this question: if you don't know what you like, ask you what you dislike. and then rule out some of the possibilities. So in that case, you feel like if you want to kind of interested in doing research, why not to try? And then over time, if you're working with any potential advisor or research mentor, so we will see how that goes. And this is something, in terms of motivation can be improved, I would say, in my opinion. And also the question about how to improve your motivation is one, when we talk about the motivation, of course, you have to some basic understanding within this domain. And if you're not in the stage, I dislike this field, so you feel like I'm probably okay with this field or this domain, and try to do some literature review. I think reading some papers and getting some inspirations. Can you see what are the potential research gaps? So this is a good way to start asking good questions by understanding this field at least a little bit.
One quick thing to clarify. So, when I say I really like to see drive in students. One thing that particularly shows is when a student goes out of the way to do something. For example, if you're approaching me as a potential advisor, if you send me an email, some students generally just tell me they're interested, and that's that initiates the conversation. Some students actually send me their thoughts on some of my recent work, and which are their thoughts, which are not generated by ChatGPT summaries. So we're not talking about. I've also received some of those, but students often also find problems in my work, which are like real problems. Things that can be improved upon in future work, and that shows significant motivation and drive. So that's another thing I'm looking for.
Any more questions? Go ahead, ask the question that you always had in your mind. Great.
How collaborative are some of the projects that are ongoing in the department?
I think this is again one of the very best questions. Let's start with the most experienced guy.
I'm not going to talk personally here. I'm going to say that collaboration is not something you dictate. It comes naturally, and many people seek it if there is a reason to seek it. So recently, I've been collaborating with one of our faculty on high-performance computing. I know many people in my department collaborate in little 2s and 3s together. So, so this is happening. This is beneficial to both. We merge our expertise, and something new happens. So I have not done it much. I usually collaborate outside the department for obvious reasons. But many of my colleagues, they're going to share their experience on in the department collaborations.
Yeah, so since I'm working on machine learning, so I have a lot of opportunities to collaborate with professors in our department. For example, I'm working with Professor Gonzo on AI for smart health, and also I'm collaborating with Ashley Gao on domain generalization, and also I have one student, Xiao Chang, who is working with Yanf on AI for bullying network. So actually, in my group, there are a lot of collaborations in the department. Besides, I also have a lot of collaborations outside our school. For example, two of my students are collaborating with UIUC. The one student is collaborating with Virginia Tech and the University of Maryland Park. So in the future, in my group, I always ask students to collaborate with different professors or different PhD students in our department or outside our department, because the collective intelligence is very important. Thank you.
I think this is a very common, very commonly asked questions, how collaborative. And one thing I actually want to say is that sometimes you may ask how to avoid over collaboration, right? And because CS can be applied in different domains, and I myself, other people as the same as we have a lot of collaborations every day. It's super, from the meetings from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's all of the collaborative meetings. So as a PhD student, I would say you don't need to worry about collaborations, because computer science, again, it can be very interdisciplinary research area, right? For me, is HCI is a human computers, and we have to have domain experts in different domains as well. And but you have to really make sure that you use your time wisely. Then when you have too many collaborations, make sure that you have your leading role at least in one project. That is, this is your career path. This is your PhD dissertation will include. And then you can spend some of your time on other side projects, or 1.5 projects that you have to be the leader in that project meeting. That you take the voice and you take the lead. In that way, I think it's not just you ensure you have enough publication. The number of publications sometimes to students, that is to PhD students, I would say it's not the most important indicator. Too many publications can be a disaster at the end of the day, right? So, but you have to make sure that you have your first author publications, even if it's collaborative or not collaborative, to make sure you have your story to tell at the end of your dissertation defense.
Yep. To add to what Janice said, collaborations can be good, especially, collaborations, one way I see them is they allow you to learn some really cool things that you're not personally invested in that much. So, you can learn about areas that you're not familiar with, not focused on. In that way, they're good, but too many collaborations can be a distraction. Now, on that topic, at William & Mary, the really cool thing is that we not only have tremendous interdepartmental collaboration, we also collaborate with non-CS disciplines like law or sociology, right? There are also those collaborations that are across departments, and there are several programs at NSF that encourage that. So you will see a lot of that. You'll get to participate in them, but like Janice said, I would agree. Just focus on your dissertation and try to learn new things through collaborations.
Let me add one more thing. What collaborations are good and which ones are bad? Janice already touched upon this. Try to do collaborations that you complement each other and not that you replicate each other. That is the number one thing. So don't expect that, say, oh, I have this friend of mine does exactly the same research, let's do something together. It usually is not very fruitful. Try to find something that you complement each other.
Couple of more things to add, because collaboration could be used in a broader term. So almost everybody sitting here does work with undergrads also, and they are great collaborators that actually help the lead author in doing experiments, doing some development, or many other stuff. And the other thing is other faculties are also collaborating with other schools, like medical school and things. I think Gang is collaborating with some medical school outside of the William & Mary as well. So you'll find wonderful opportunities, to collaborate with undergrad till different school and other PhD or postdoc people.
I have a question from the YouTube live chat. So if someone is not very confident in nature per se, but shows consistent results, how much potential will faculty see in them as a TA? And I would say also as an RA as well.
I think you need to repeat that question again.
So if someone is not very confident in nature per se, but shows consistent results, how much potential will faculty see in them as a TA?
Or RA.
Or RA, yeah.
I think all this can be taught and can be improved. I don't believe in confident versus non-confident. There's a tendency for some people to be more confident, but you can teach them to be exactly as confident as the other guys. So I don't think that's an impediment in any way.
So I believe that confidence is earned, right? The more you know, the more confident you get about your discipline. Unearned confidence can actually be a pretty bad thing. So I would take a student, who is a little iffy, a little not confident about communication, because I think that's where this is coming from. It's about communication, right? But still, if they know their thing, I think confidence can be taught, like Andrea said.
So my understanding towards the question is that, in terms of personality, outgoing versus, less outgoing, and then to be a so-called more successful RA or TA, basically a PhD student. So that's my take from that question, right? So I guess people's personality can change over time. So I think I don't know, like if you can tell from all the professors here or myself, do you feel like I'm outgoing? Who you think outgoing, and then you can raise your hand. Yes. So sometimes it can change. So during my first, year of PhD, I was feel like maybe not that confident because I have zero publications before, I entered my PhD, right? So, and over time, people can be outgoing in some circumstance or in some contexts. So people will become more confident when when you have this chance to show your expertise. So think about when you have your expertise in whatever TV shows, right? So you're very talkative at some point. So always there's some point that that can make you feel a little bit more confident. Well, in terms of research, over time, as you gain your research experiences and your research maturity grows, I think it will help you to gain your confidence level. And so it doesn't really matter, in nature, it's less outgoing versus outgoing. So it will grow eventually, and just don't be afraid of asking questions, and there's no stupid questions. And this is, I feel like, the students don't need to really worry about it. And also it's your mentor or your advisor's responsibility, and they have their own strategies to help you to grow both your confidence and how to make sure that you address all the things professionally in your daily life.
Yeah, for me, I totally agree with Janice, and that the personality can be changed. I can share my own story with you guys. So when I was a freshman in the college, I barely talked to any students in the class. Then, after 2 years later, one teacher told me that you shouldn't be alone because humans are social animals. So at that time, gradually changed my personality. So I like to, maybe play ping pong, basketball with my friends. So after that, right now as a professor, I have a lot of collaborations outside because I totally changed my personality. Thank you.
Right, I think great answers, right? We have so many personal stories. Go ahead and ask next questions. Yes.
Because we're working on computer science, there's definitely a lot of engineering work. My question is, how to balance engineering and research as a PhD student?
That's another wonderful question.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. So actually in my lab, students most work on the research paper, except for, for the like the annual report or NSF project, maybe we should do a demo. But most times we will focus on science instead of engineering.
So because of the background required in my field, we start with engineering. We first have well-known ideas and we try to implement them. And I'm not talking about just implementing in coding, implement the ideas, see how they work. During the engineering process, I teach my students how to get the science right and how to get the next ideas out. So this is how it works for me. It doesn't work for everybody, but that's how it works in my group.
I think this is a really good question. I think the question really emphasizes, okay, what is the difference? Not necessarily difference, but how can we treat engineering versus research? So what it can be, is that my question? Is that your question? So can engineering be research, or can engineering be part of the science? This is a very hot debate, I think, even on social media at some point. So my understanding is that two keywords here. One is methodology, and second is who are talking about or who are talking to, right? So I think engineering is, there's actually one term in HCI, and we call it a research through design. Okay, the keywords research through design, which means that you design something, and well, during this whole process of design, you find some of the research opportunities. And there are a lot of good papers regarding this methodology. And this is why I emphasize the importance of method and methodology, which has become a very crucial, important part of doing science and doing computer science, is that we have rigorous method. Actually, a different size of method can be considered as a methodology. So this is a different two terms. And I think doing science means that we follow a strict and rigorous methodology and to achieve the design or engineering or the product that you would like to do. And in terms of can engineering, and also the hard debate regarding what can be considered as the engineering versus science, I would say in terms of the contribution, asking about, do you feel like your work makes contribution? And there's many ways of defining what is a contribution. So not just we're creating a new model that is the only thing about contribution. And for HCI, for me, so understanding how people use the system in their daily life is also part of the contribution. So I think there's really I would say, if I want to teach a mini course, I just want to say, okay, what can be considered as a contribution, and how we see and which the audiences we are talking about when we think about the contributions, and what is the methodology, and what are the methods to achieve your rigorous methodology. So I would say, make sure that you emphasize this methodology and thinking about the contributions to this community that you are talking about and you're talking to. I would say this is the two things when you think about is engineering is a part of research.
So I did my PhD in system security, and this conflict between engineering and what is engineering, what is research, is really close to me, because a lot of times the kind of research we do in system security can sometimes be just reduced to engineering, and people will be like, well, why is this research? Why is it not just engineering? So one thing I want to tackle there is, first, it's never just engineering. Engineering can sometimes be as hard or much harder than research. Now, here is the difference for me. First of all, it's very specific to area. So when you do research, you'll often do research in one area. You'll cater to one specific scientific community, and that community might have its own view, one perception of where to draw the line. So that's something to consider. Second, you really want to think about whether you're generating new knowledge, whether it's through engineering, whether it's through research, whether it's something else. Science and research is about generating new knowledge. And if you're doing that, and if you can articulate that, if you can articulate the intellectual merit of what you're doing, then that is valuable scientific contribution. So that is important for research, that's important for a PhD. We don't have to get into this difference between research and engineering.
Let me add one more thing. I'm not sure I understand the difference between research in engineering and research in science. Research is research. There is difference between engineering and science, but it doesn't have to be. It's a gray area. The poles of this area are separate, but it's a spectrum. And you can do perfectly good research in engineering. You can come up with new methodologies to build new things, new whatever things. I say things, artifacts. We use the word artifacts a lot in our community. Exactly the same thing you can do to use new artifacts. And these artifacts could be theorems in mathematics. I don't care what it is. And you would go to the other pole. So research is research. I don't think you should paint yourself as an engineer or as a scientist. You should paint yourself as doing new things.
I think that's a great takeaway, right? The knowledge generation is the key here. If your engineering stuff can generate the knowledge, well, that's the research.
Sorry, I just want to chime in. I think my research is more engineering focused, and my research is building infrastructures. So I have a rule to my students that's called Boy Scout rule. So basically, you come to go to camping, then your goal is camping is not to clean the camping site. So, but you should leave the camping site to make it cleaner, or at least not dirtier than the time you come. So while I always ask my students to work on a research paper, by the time you work on the paper, you really have to build infrastructure to help your paper and build it well, then contribute to the open source project. It's just my style.
Thank you, Ifan, for chipping in. We have one question from YouTube, and then I'll again come back to you.
So the question from YouTube is, could professors help students find suitable companies to work after graduation? Because most of the students want to make progress in the working environment in addition to the academic environment.
Yes. The short answer to that would be yes, both in terms of internships and jobs, and not just at companies, not just in industry, also in academia. Your advisor, potential advisor, will and should do everything they can to expose you to enough opportunities so you find what you're looking for, because that is the most important thing, right? So it's not just limited to industry. From my perspective, I've graduated one student so far because I'm in my sixth, seventh year now. He went to IBM Research, and he had an offer a year before he even graduated, and that offer came out of a collaboration that he was instrumental in. So generally, when it comes to industry research labs or academic collaboration, that is how things happen. Students also go on the open academic market. That is where professors write recommendation letters and also make introductions as and when effective. But absolutely, your advisor will do everything they can to get you a job.
Well, I don't know if I'm eligible to answer this question or qualified to answer this question because I don't have students who graduate from their PhD, right? But I have a students that I mentored before. They graduate from their master degree and undergrad. So, and to that case that I can talk about this case. So you see, one, how to be supportive. One, of course, well, the short answer is yes, right? Of course. And one is that you will get, recommendation letters from advisors. This is simply the most simple thing. And the other one is your advisor should support you regarding different resources and, go to the conference when you are going to the conferences and introduce you to other senior members or other faculty members and to the industry, collaborators. So this is another very effective approach when you're thinking about finding a job, because there's a lot of stories behind the scene that you don't really know, and these are something that building upon your advisors, your connections and relationship that can help you to not necessarily take a shortcut, but it is introduce you to a broader audiences. So definitely this is the why we are being professor and being a teacher, right? So ish is that we want our students to be successful.
Right. So yes, yes, and yes. I mean, that's why we're here. That's exactly right. Of course, we're here to promote science and everything, but we're not here just to teach you or teach students. We're here to help you promote your careers. This doesn't stop after you graduate with your PhD, by the way. Okay.
Yeah, so the answer is yes. So currently, my senior students is the third year, but I have some, collaboration in industry like JP Morgan and AT&T. So in this year, I'm gonna recommend two students to do summer internship in at AT&T and JP Morgan, because one of my lab mate is a director of JP Morgan. Another one is a manager at IBM Research Lab. So I always encourage my PhD students to do summer research internship in the big companies or very famous research labs, so that it can broaden their horizons. They can better understand what the other companies are doing, what real world problems they need to solve. For example, last year, I recommend one student to do summer internship at AT&T Lab. So after internship, their mentor sent me an email said my student is the best internship in the past 8 years in her group. So this year, she already told me let my students to do intern next summer.
So to add to that, I think the advisor's job, whether you're a MS thesis student or a PhD student, is not only to help you secure a position you want, but to help you find what you're really looking for. Especially if you're a potential PhD student, you're not going to really. I would recommend not being fixated on an industry position or an academic position starting from the first semester. Just like what you said, get exposure to everything. Do an internship, do research projects, and then work with the advisor to find out exactly what you want to do, if you want to go the academic route or the industry route, and then the advisor will help you proceed accordingly, and even just develop a publication record that's suitable for either case.
Okay, let me just add one personal story to that. Sometime your paper speaks for yourself. So when I published my second paper in a top tier storage conference, I automatically got a couple of messages asking if I'm on the job market. I told no, I'm not. Then they responded saying, you are welcome to join us as an intern. And they convinced me enough to join their research group. So, things like that can happen, and research can speak for itself. Okay, next question.
My question is, what kind of progress do you expect from your students within a span of 3 or 4 months in terms of research experience?
That's a really tough question because there is no one answer for it. It really depends on the student's background. It depends on what the student wants to work on. I've had students who've had top tier publications right after joining William Mary, right in their first year. I've had students who had their first top tier paper after 4 years. Really depends on what they want to do. For example, one of my students wanted to learn a more HCI like area, and I'm not into human factors. I do mostly software and systems, but she took 2 years to learn it and introduce the rest of the group to it, and now we have 3 or 4 papers in that area. So sometimes if someone is willing to take a risk, it takes time for them to publish, but when they publish, it flows, right? So it really depends on. But there is no criteria as such. The only criteria is when you graduate, you need to have at least for me, it's 3 first author top tier papers. There might be, if you want to go into industry or government, I might be able to relax that a little bit, but at least 3 good first author papers. That's how I would put it.
So your question is more about from professor's perspective, like our expectation, right? Okay. Well, first of all, I think there are 2 questions maybe I want to ask you, and not necessarily you, but maybe the audiences. One is depending on which area or which domain you are working in, right? So I know for different areas in systems, you have to really a long time to build a system, and so it's totally different from other areas. For HCI, it also depends. So even for data collection, we spend half a year just for data collection from our own self. But I think in general, and also another question is depending on your own research strategy and your research experience. But in general, I would say within the 3 to 4 years, usually it should be the advisors or your mentors, right? They hopefully they will set up like a overall timeline or frame. Okay, do we have a publication deadline for this conference and when that will happen? And within this 3 months, if you're a first time writer, right? So for a top tier conference, it may take you, I would say, 2 months or so if you want to really get a very polished version. Okay, not that very dirty shitty dropped by the end of the day for the submission. So think about having a deadline first. Of course, it's something that you have to work with your advisor or a mentor to figure out what might be the next key milestone, and then you kind of phase out a little bit to see, okay, how much time I need to work on this part and the next part. So it's a little bit of if you have been working in this industry, is kind of prioritize your things and make a little bit plan. So sometimes it's very often that you have to double your time and were 1.5 times in reality that what happens in the real situation. But I would say I see the progress, and I make one-on-one meeting with my students, and I see how much progress has been done and what else can be, can be done in a better way. So this is something, within 3 to 4 months, actually a one semester. They're really depending on your questions and your domains. It's very hard to, generalize my answer, but hopefully give you a sense, am I on the right track in terms of timeline? And one other thing I would say for PhD students is that try to not miss important paper deadlines, right? And I think I was able to do that during my PhD. If I want to submit to Kai every September, I usually do that. I can definitely do that. So make sure you kind of have a thing in your mind, and as long as you feel okay, and I think advisor should be able to see your progress and your hard work. Yeah.
It is a really difficult question. It depends, as on all the things that my colleague said. It also depends on the time of the same for the same student. If it is in the second, third year of their studies versus the fifth year of the studies, expectations will change. It might change on the subject for the same student on the same discipline. One paper might be difficult. You run out on snafus and problems. It's going to take you forever. Okay, you live it through. And in my area, it's rather more flexible in the sense that we don't have this yearly deadlines on conferences. We are working more with journals. I know we're a minority in computer science, but I don't put deadlines. I'm weird. I'm saying when this is done correctly and I'm happy, we send it. And I don't expect my students to have like 100 papers by the time they graduate. If they have 1 or 2 great journal papers, I am so happy and the community is happy. So you see, it's so dependent on everything. The expectations should be set in a dynamic way between the advisor and the student, completely dynamic, and agree with agreement.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the project you are working. For example, some of my students working on very challenging projects, so maybe it will take them like 2 or 3 years to publish the first paper. I'm not in a hurry. I just focus on the quality of the paper instead of the quantity. Currently AI or machine learning is very competitive. There are like maybe 10,000 papers per conference, right? But not always ask students to some paper in a hurry, especially when a paper is rejected. We have like a 6 or 7 AI conference. I always let them skip one conference and spend 3 or 4 months polishing the paper. Then they can submit the paper. Otherwise, I think their paper will be rejected again. So yeah, I really focus on the quality of paper.
Okay, before we go to Anna, let me just ask a clarification again to Advait, who said a student actually wanted to do something else and it took 2 years for them to ramp up. So how he measured the progress in, let's say, each 3-4 months?
Okay, that's a good question. So that particular kind of research is not something I've done, or even my advisor or his advisor before him. So nobody in my academic lineage has done human factors research, right? So I was probably the first to try doing it. I wasn't measuring progress in a way as much as I was just keeping her motivated and learning along with her. And that really just helped me get up to speed without her having to teach me every single thing every few weeks. but it was not like she was just blindly learning the area. We were still working towards a project, so there was still a goal, there were still certain things we were trying to do, and we were trying to actually work on 2 or 3 different projects using a similar technical approach. So the projects kept us on track. When you're making progress on a project, you know it. When you're at a standstill, you also know it. So there wasn't any explicit separate measuring or tracking that I had to do.
Okay, so there's a question from YouTube. It's actually a couple of questions, but they're related. So this is about students who want to go into academia after they graduate. So is it possible for students to go to, say, a higher ranking university as a faculty? And also, what things are most important for the student to do in order to prepare for faculty positions while they're students?
I can start. Earlier in the day, you just saw an example of a speaker from yesterday who went to higher ranked university. We've got some more who went to higher ranked university in the audience here. Essentially, eventually in your academic community, if your publications speak for themselves, so publications are sort of the currency. You have to be, in order to prepare for the academic market, you need a good publication track record. And like what you said previously, right, you don't just want quantity, you also want quality. So if you've got like 20 publications, but all of them are okay, you're still probably not going to get that many interviews, at least at places that you would want to go to. So the quality of your publications and the number both matter, and that's what you should focus on, especially if you want to go on the academic market.
So the question is about how to prepare for being in the academic job market. Okay. Well, I think in addition, we always talk about research and, getting your publications out there in a high quality, and we all know that, right? So, but in addition to that, I want to add regarding other aspects, maybe like teaching experience. So teaching is also an important part. So that's why I think even when I was doing my graduate school at Georgia Tech, and we are also required to do like 1 semester, actually 2 semesters of TA, that is in addition to our research. So both the TA and our at the same time, which is horrible. I'm not sure. But of course, you have to get in your teaching experience. Hopefully, you can get your TA experience, and if you can give guest lectures, or you can be registered instructor experience. That's a bonus point. But also focus on outreach and leadership roles in your community, as well as focus on the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusivity. So this is not just on the paper. It is really important. It's happening. And how can you make sure that you address these are the DEI things in your everyday life? And what exactly the things you have done in the past? So being more concrete in all the statements, because you're talking about more about being on the job market for academia. So show the evidence, not just saying things. So that make sure that within the 5 years, try to do something different. Make the difference in your community, and to ensure the DEI is really happening. I can continue regarding the gender biases, whatever, but I think this is something very important to not just focus on research, but also the teaching and outreach. Make the people in your field know you is way more important, actually, sometimes. If you have only one paper, amazing paper, that make sure if you can make this the whole community in your, or a lot of people in your community know you, even within just one paper, you're pretty good, I would say. It's your branding.
Excellent point. I would go further. Teaching is, some universities actually don't used to say we don't care so much, but they all do nowadays. They want persons that are complete. The DI is a very important. They need to show. You need to show to them that you have clearly thought and acted about these issues. Teaching. Try to get the opportunity. At William and Mary, we give opportunities to people that want to teach a class as an instructor of record for 1 semester. They get the experience, they get the student evaluations. They can talk in their letters afterwards how educative that experience was for them. But don't do only that. Go to conferences. When you go to conferences, talk to people. In fact, before you talk to people, make sure that you can present in the conferences, and then talk to people, and then go as many conferences as you can. When I was a grad student, I was, well, just after the dinosaurs fell, I used to go to conferences that didn't even have papers. That's unheard of, right? But I did go there because I needed people to see me, and I needed to see people learn things and be known. Use your social animal. I'm using your analogy, right? Use your social animal self, right? Just be out there. And while you do that, keep in mind exactly what Johnny said, what Adwait said. So all these things are beyond and above research and how important the new things that you did.
Yeah, so for me, usually at the end of first year, I will talk to my PhD students whether they want to go to industrial academia. So if they want to go to academia, I try to use my resources to help students. For example, I will ask students to collaborate with some professors or senior professors in other schools like UIUC, or maybe in the future like CMU. I have friends. And also, I try to let students make a plan in advance. For example, I will encourage him to, for example, listen to the distinguished speaker in our department. Always encourage him to ask a question for the from the distinguished speaker's talk, because maybe in the future when he went to interview, for example, he go to interview in a university, maybe the distinguished speaker will memorize his question, then he may have a better opportunity to get an interview. So I always try to let students to expose themselves. Yeah. Thank you.
So I kind of want to not be against, but when you talk about what kind of questions you want to ask to whom, I would say yes, it's important to ask questions to distinguished speakers, but also in terms of what kind of people you would like to hang out. It's not just very senior people that use on the Skype or anything. Make sure that you have your cohort. Your cohort is the key component throughout your whole career. The friends you hang out could be the same year or similar years, and or junior faculty member. A lot of people, junior faculty members these days, and they actually, they reach out to me that, okay, Janice, do you need any help, or do you need any guidance or anything? So these are the people I personally feel like I love them. I love the people in my community. I love talking to them. I feel the passion. I feel the love. I feel the comfort. I think this is the most important thing. Who are you going to talk to? What kind of questions you want to ask? These are lifelong friends and mentors.
Let me add one more thing. 100% on that. That cohort of researchers you're going to find at your stage at conferences, they're going to stick with you for life as some of your best friends. And they're going to be the best colleagues you've had. Why? Because not only are they the same age, the same problems, but they're even in the same area. They will help you, you will help them. So yes, 100% on that.
Yeah. So one thing to add, I think basically what everybody said here was that essentially when you're going up on the job market, right, what really matters is your visibility in your community, because that is what is going to get you interviews. Now, one way to enhance that, and this is something we have done consistently, is, and this applies to mostly communities where you have more than one top conference. So in security, we have 4. So what we usually do is if a student gets a paper in a particular top conference, we send them to present a poster in the previous one. That's like 2 months before. So not only do you get to talk about your work, you also get to subtly brag that it's actually in the next top conference that's coming up in 2 months, and people already know you by the time they get to your talk. So it's important to really advertise your work, advertise your talk even before it's published, and that's one good way to do it. But the other thing is just volunteer everywhere. Like volunteer for events like this. If your university is hosting a symposium, volunteer. present posters. Like poster sessions are the best ways to get invites to a bunch of things that are useful on the job market. So definitely do that. Another quick thing on the DEI aspect. So DEI, a good DEI statement is a reflection of not just what you've done, but also the opportunities available at your institution. So you might be in a situation where your advisor or your institution doesn't have those opportunities to offer to you, right? And that's okay. If you're in that situation, all you really need to do is look at what the target institution, the one where you're applying to, has, and focus your DEI statement purely on talking about what you can do to participate. And that's okay. Sometimes you don't have the experience, but you at least have potential. And that's what you're hired for.
Okay, we have time for just one last question. Great.
Okay, first, I'm very impressed by the four professors talking about PhD student study research collaborations, but I just raise one question. Okay, how do CS professors prepare PhD graduate for non-CS disciplines? Yeah, actually, I received my PhD from computer science at Queen's University in Canada. At that time, the job market for computer science is very competitive. So I work at the business school, then called the Department of Information Technology. When I joined the school, I feel a lot of challenges because the difference between the CS and the information technology. The first one is the publications. Yeah, in computer science, we all value the top conference papers, but in many other disciplines, they just accept journal articles. So I feel I have a hard time to transit from the conference paper to journal articles. Yeah, and another one challenge is I believe probably most disciplines they have their own traditions. They have good reason to respect their disciplines, but they may not know the other disciplines. So when PhD students from computer science work in other discipline other than the CS, then feel a lot of challenges. So I would like to hear how the professor here, if your PhD student in future go to a discipline other than computer science, how you prepare them, get them ready.
Huh? Oh, can be short. Okay. This is a good question. So thank you so much, Abid, actually, because he handed this microphone to me because my undergrad, I wasn't really originally from CS, so I don't have, bachelor degree in computer science. Actually, I have fine arts degree, in the past. So I'm pretty much fine arts and computer science, which is an outlier. So I can happily to answer the question. One is, I think, if you are really care about this transition, so are you talking about this transition period in also the challenges, right? Okay, so one of the things is that I would say is your motivation of doing research, and because you decided to switch the major to CS, there should be a reason for that, and I think your motivation should be a good one to help you to pursue the whole PhD. And the other reason about, talking about, there are two questions actually. The other question is about how to prepare the students from non-CS or from, different styles, talking to different other domains experts. I think being open-minded is regarding your colleagues, your atmospheres of the department is the key. So, well, as a HCI researcher, so, it's not very traditional CS background. I got toasted a lot of times, like, because people from different domains or engineering, they don't really understand or they don't really get it why this is a contribution. And I would say, if in the future, I would suggest my future students is to, one, is that you don't want to be surrounded by a toxic environment. So this is an important part when you're going to on the market. Make sure you find a place where you feel like it's the home, right? And the other one, how to prepare, is to make sure your students can work on different flavors of the research, not just building tools, but maybe a theory part of it. For HCI, not just doing formative interview study, qualitative study, but also building tools and also the evaluation. So having some different aspects or breadth of the research is important, I would say, to help to build these bridges. Yeah, I think I talked too long, but
I think we are running out of time because we have next panelists ready. So, but feel free to talk to one of our distinguished panelists here after the student panel is over. So let's thank the speaker and panelist one more time. And it's now time for the student panel. I invite all the student panelists and also our recent alumni who will introduce themselves, and you'll see that some of the questions that you asked regarding getting placements to higher ranked universities, you'll see some live examples. Thank you. And I'll hand over the mic to Colin, who is the moderator for the student panel.
Do you want me to work off of any of these, or just asks for?
Yeah, if they ask, good. If they don't ask, you just pick one and ask.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll hand over the mic to Colin, but we'll also go with the introduction by the individual panelists itself. Let them speak for themselves. Okay.
Awesome. Everyone can hear me. Hi, everyone. My name is Colin MacDonald. I'm a second-year MS PhD student, and I'm the moderator for this talk. And each of the panelists is just going to go down, and we'll introduce ourselves.
All right. So, hi, I'm Amit. I am a sixth-year PhD student here. I am advised by Dr. Denis Poshivanik and Dr. Adwait Madkarni. I research on the intersection of security and software engineering.
Hi everyone. So I'm Carlos Bernal. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. Have been working there for around a little bit more than 2 years. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Amanda Watson. I graduated in, 2020. I am now an assistant professor of electrical and computer engineering at the University of Virginia, and I'm CEO of a company called Luminosity Wearables.
Hey everyone, I'm Trevor Stallnaker. I am in my third year of the PhD program, and I do research in software engineering, specifically looking at the software supply chain. I'm advised by Dr. Poshivanik and Dr. Chaparro.
Hi everyone, my name is Ying Li. I'm a fourth-year PhD student from William and Mary, co-advised by Dr. Yifan Sun and Dr. Edward Zhog. I'm interested in the area of GPU architecture and machine learning. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so this panel is really just for everyone to ask questions about everything from student life to being a grad student at William & Mary to what it's like to live in Williamsburg. So does anyone have any questions? Okay. Question.
So I was just wondering what the cost of living is like in William and Mary or in Williamsburg. Is it fairly affordable? Like what does rent cost and things like that?
Yeah, so from my experience, it's been fairly affordable, actually easily affordable with the stipend. Over the time that I've been here, it's increased a little bit. That's to be expected. I think it's been increasing everywhere, but I haven't found it to be a problem.
I think my salary can cover the cost of my life. It's enough for me.
So based on the past few years, whereas the house rent has increased, so has the stipend for the students who are doing PhD here, and they are fully funded almost all the time. And based on what I know, what I have heard from my peers in other universities, I think the cost of living here is relatively cheaper compared to some of the adjacent universities. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think just to add on to that, like you can always start to look early. So like if you're coming here in August and you're trying to find housing end of August, that might be hard. But if you know you're coming and you can look out, you know, at least a few months ahead, that makes it a lot easier to find somewhere that's affordable. Awesome. Any more questions? Okay, then I have a question for you guys. So why did you choose to go to grad school?
I can start. So I have always been interested in creation of concepts or ideas, and it's like if you have this passion of creating, academic research is the way to go for, and grad school is the best place to learn about research hands-on, because you get to learn from researchers, you get to understand how you do research and how you can actually show other people that what you're doing, and because it's also evaluated by other peers, you get to actually express what you're doing to people who actually understand those things and to people where it matters. So that's one of the reasons why I chose grad school.
So for me is basically I am this kind of person that likes to keep learning things, and I remember by the time I was still in Colombia. I'm from Colombia originally, and I was doing my masters. So I was really curious to keep learning things, and I was really into mobile development, Android ecosystem, and all that. So I wanted to keep learning on that. So yeah, that's how I choose.
When I looked at going to grad school, I looked around and the job that I wanted didn't exist. So part of what I've been doing this whole time is creating that job that I wanted, and now I get to do that.
So I think for me, there's two reasons. For as long as I can remember, I've really been passionate about education. So really, I'm here because I want to be a professor at the end of the day. And I specifically want to be a professor because for computer science in particular, teaching at like a high school level or something, you don't get to solve interesting problems and you're just very basic stuff. I did do it for a year and it's mostly just keyboarding. So you get to actually shape students a little bit more, mentor them, work on really interesting problems at the college level. Then the other reason that I wanted to pursue a PhD is just like Amit, I really like building things. I like learning. I like solving problems. So these two really came together in a really big way for me.
For me, I plan to apply for graduate program for when I am a freshman. So when I'm ready, I just apply for the graduate program. I think I have several reasons. First one is that I like to collaborate with other people. I like to discuss the problem or questions with them. Second is that I like to solve the problem or difficulties I met. I really enjoy the feeling that solve a very difficult problem. The second is that I think I really love the student life. So the life being a student is I can do a lot of things I want to do. I really enjoy life like that. Thank you.
Oh, isn't it? Do you have? Yeah, can you read that?
So the question from YouTube is, how do you stay motivated when the expected result is not coming after a lot of hard work? Is it possible to maintain work-life balance when you are fully committed to research?
I think that's a really good question. And it can be tough if you've been working on something for weeks or months and it just comes out like it's a bust, right? I know that happens sometimes. I'm still pretty early in my journey, so I haven't had that happen, so I don't have personal experience. But I do know there are some people in my lab that have published or have sent papers off for publication and had them rejected. And it's just a matter of, getting back on the horse and keep working, just keep going. What was the second part of the question?
How do you maintain work-life balance while being fully committed to research?
That's also a really good question. And I think we heard this in one of the earlier talks that research isn't really a 9 to 5, so it's going to find you even at like 12 a.m., right? But for me, I like to try to put up some mental blocks and say, okay, I'm going to devote this much time to it. If it goes over, so be it. But I try to make sure that I've got some time allocated to kind of do something not research related.
So your work-life balance will ebb and flow. Sometimes you'll work an 80, 100-hour week. Sometimes you'll work a 20-hour week. And that's just kind of how it goes. Other thing, schedule things outside of research. Make sure you have a time dedicated to go do it. I was an athlete, so I played volleyball on the weekends. But everybody's thing is a little different. And then what was the other half of the question? It's a hard double question.
So, how do you stay motivated when the expected result is not coming, even when you're working hard?
Don't be afraid to pivot. You can also publish early results. So just don't be afraid to do that.
I would say for motivation, at least for me, it is basically love what you do, right? If you love what you do, then even if you have problems or you find like a wall, then eventually if you keep working, you keep persistent, then you will be able to find a solution, right? So at least that was for me, like that was my case. Like I was working on things that I loved, so that was really helpful. And then work balance. So thanks. So for work balance, yeah, definitely, yeah, allocate time for you and for yourself. Do different things, and you know, and even do different activities with other people in the department. I think that was really helpful. Yeah, I remember with Amanda, we started together, and yeah, sometimes we have different activities in the department. So yeah, definitely try to join these activities.
So the first part of the question, what happens when you don't get expected results? Let's dissect that a bit, okay? So what does that mean when we are not receiving expected results? Is it about from experiments, the experiments are going wrong, or is it about, let's say we have done everything right, but for some reason it's not getting published? So if it is the first case, then, well, we need to understand why it is happening, because in research, it's the why that matters, like what is happening, how is happening, and why it is happening. And from there, you move on, right? But for the second part, it's a common problem that sometimes when you even have like really splendid results, you are having a hard time publishing that. And it sometimes can happen because your idea, your solution, or your framework is so out of the box that you're having a hard time convincing other people that, look, this actually matters and this is going to change the field. And we have seen that time and time again. Many of the test of time awarded papers, basically like papers which receive recognition again after 10 years of publication, they were often not accepted in top-tier conferences when they were first submitted. So it's a delicate balance. Sometimes there will be some kind of setbacks, but if you keep on it, at one point it will get published, and that's where your own motivation and your own passion will have to play the key role. Because if you believe in your own solution, your own result, that's how you actually can push the boundary of science. Now about work and life balance, you have to find your groove. I remember like we used to have dance parties at Carlos's place. So it depends on what you like. And sometimes, as I think Amanda said, that sometimes you can't really have a work-life balance because you're like pursuing a deadline. So for example, I actually remember like one instance, one of the top tier papers that got accepted and will be presented next year. I was actually staring at the data for like a whole night. And after staring at it, because I was like, I feel that there's something important going on here, but I don't see what. I just kept staring at that. And at 7 in the morning, I figured like, oh, that's it. I found it. And I actually called my advisors like, okay, I think I found something really interesting and we should talk about that. And they're like, yep, this is interesting. Yep. So you will have moments like that when you have to keep pushing to basically grasp that splendid thing that you are trying to find. But in general, you will have to have that work-life balance where you not only work but also have things for yourself, because like even machines need maintenance. So as a human being, we also need that part for ourselves. So I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. We're going to do one more question from YouTube, and then I'll ask the room again.
Okay, so from YouTube, what advice would you give to other graduate students if they want to be a professor, hopefully in William and Mary in the future? So I guess the academic route, what advice?
It kind of all depends, but it starts with publications. Get those out and then start figuring out where you want to be as a professor. I jumped departments. I'm now in electrical engineering, even though my PhD was in computer science. So it's a lot of work, but it's rewarding when you get there.
So I'm not a professor, but long term, that's my goal. So I can just tell you like what my rule of thumb is as I'm on my way there. Whenever I get a teaching opportunity, I take it because it's always just a way to build those skills. So maybe I'm working with middle schoolers, teaching them robotics. Maybe I'm working with high schoolers, teaching them the fundamentals of programming. It doesn't matter because a lot of those skills are going to transfer over. So if your advisor asks you to come in and do a guest lecture, take that opportunity because these things are slowly going to build up and they're going to make you a more effective professor when the time comes.
To answer the questions, I think maybe two main points. The first is that if you want to be a professor, so you have to very good at doing research. So you have to have very good publications. So that's the first key point. The second point is that I think you should improve some skills to be effective, like how to give a presentation, how to explain things clearly to your student, and maybe teaching a course when you are a PhD student. I think it will be helpful.
What was the question again?
So what advice would you give to other graduate students if they want to be a professor in the future?
All right. So once again, depends on which track, is it teaching or research? But either way, you have to teach. And in that case, try to get as many teaching opportunities that you can. Try to, for example, let's say, if you don't have a formal teaching opportunity, at least try to mentor the undergrad students through your projects or your research. And I would say if you can have the opportunity, work as an instructor of record, talk with your advisor, ask them like, can I teach a class as a guest lecturer for one of your courses? And through that, you gain teaching experience. And of course, you will have to do research, try to, for example, work as a sub-reviewer or program committee member for artificial evaluation committees or shadow program committees. All of those will help you gain the experience and will also give you an idea about what it's like when you are acting as a professor at academia, so that you can also get the feel of like what it is about. And all of those will also add to your experience and will build your resume. Yep.
So I just wanted to mention something related to what Amit mentioned about mentoring. I think mentoring is also useful even in industry, right? Because I mean sometimes junior developers join the team, right? Join your team, and you sometimes have to help them to get through the process, to get to know the team, to get to know the tools. So that is also important to know how to guide them in that sense. So yeah, mentoring as well for industry, I would say, is important.
Awesome, great responses. Any questions from anyone in here?
Okay, one question to all of you is, what's your normal day looks like these days? And what is your pressure level? Are you feeling really pressure right now, or you're just really relaxed? Or if you're a graduate, what your life is like when you're at graduate school? And what is your main source of pressure?
So for me, basically, my day will start around 10 a.m. that's where I start looking my email, go through my emails, seeing like what's going on, checking what I will have, like meetings that I will have during the day, maybe the next day, and then probably usually around 11:30 is where I have my meeting with my team. I work remotely. I currently live in Redmond, in Washington State, so I'm working remotely from there. Even though my team is located in the Seattle area, in the Bellevue area. But yeah, we have the stand-up meeting every morning at around 11:30. And then after that, I pretty much start looking what I'm going to focus on during the day, during the stand-up. Also, that's what you kind of share with the team to see what everybody's doing. Are we stuck with something? Things like that. And then after that, after lunch is where I actually focus on my work and try to complete my task. And then if I have meetings, then I attend the meetings. But yeah, that's pretty much my day.
I think the main source of pressure comes from the paper deadlines. When we have a deadline, we have to, when we are aiming to publish or at least submit a paper to a specific conference, we have to keep that deadline in mind. And you have to address a lot of things, right? You have to make sure that the paper is written well, your experiments are done right, and there are no gaps that anyone can address. Like basically you want to make your submission bulletproof. So when you have multiple team members with you doing a research project, all of them comes in and tries to make everything solid at that point. So that's when you kind of like start feeling huge pressure. But otherwise, generally, for me, it's like you have weekly goals or bi-weekly goals. It depends, and you kind of like go through the project goals and try to figure out, okay, this is what we did last time, and next time I'm going to talk about this with my peers. This is actually what happened, and this is how I'm going to address those. If there are any problems, I'm going to address those problems in this way. So I would say when you are a grad student, your routine is defined by yourself. Like you have to kind of like figure out when you want to work, what time works better for you, and then based on that, you basically just work and keep digging on your research project. Yep.
So in grad school, it was all about deadlines. That was the big stressor, and making sure that you make as many of those as you can get to. Since then, it's now about fundraising, whether for my company or for my lab. So it's a different type of writing papers for deadlines.
I'm just going to reiterate that the main point of pressure is going to be the paper deadlines, because in a majority of the domains of computer science, you're going to be trying to apply to conferences. So you got to meet those deadlines. Now, in terms of what a typical day looks like, I think it's really going to vary, not just on the time of year, but also where you are in your graduate studies. Like, for example, the first 2 years, you're going to be taking classes, you're going to be doing TA work, and on top of that, you're also going to be doing research. So those are going to be a busy couple of years. Once you just start doing research, you're going to have more irons in the fire because you can work on more projects at the same time. And you're also going to be a little bit more freer in when you choose to do that work. So time management is going to be important when you reach that phase. So towards the beginning, before the deadlines, you know, you're not going to be super pressed, not going to feel the pressure, but you're still going to be going. But then as the deadline approaches, there's going to be some late nights. You're going to be working probably from sunrise to well past sunset.
I think the first question is about the normal life, normal study life. So I usually will work in the morning, then I will have lunch with my friends in the university. So we'll go to the dining hall because I want to make sure I chat with my friends at least. Yeah. Then I will, in the afternoon, I will have a scheduled meeting with my advisor. If we don't have a scheduled meeting, when I have some questions, I will just come to his office and discuss with him. Then I will go back at about 6 p.m. by bus. So that's my life. I usually go to the university in the weekdays. On Saturday and Sunday, if I have a deadline, I will also work. But if I don't have, then I will just relax. The second question is about the main stress source. I think for me the main stress source is when I meet some problems or difficulties I cannot solve. So I will feel anxious at that time. But the first step I will try to make me relax, and then I will come down and make a plan to solve the problem, like discussing with my advisors or reading related papers to see how they solve the problem. Next, I will try the potential methods to solve the problem one by one to see how to solve the problems. You just believe that the problem can be solved, then you will be relaxed.
Yeah, and just to add, oh, yeah.
So I wanted to add something here. In grad life, your schedule is probably going to be flexible. So the reason is that when you are working with an advisor who is motivated, and you are also motivated because you both have ownership of that research, your advisor is not going to tell you that, okay, you are going to work 9 to 5. I don't think any faculty member in CS does that in William and Mary. Maybe in some other departments at some other universities, I try to stay away from those. But if you have ownership, then it's like you are trying to, get rid of that itch that you're having, right? So it will depend. Sometimes you'll have more work hours on a day, and sometimes you'll be like, I want to take a break because I've been working and chipping away at this problem throughout the whole week, and I'm going to take a break right now because my brain needs a break. So it's going to be a bit flexible, I think. Yep.
Yeah, and just to echo what other people have said, like throughout your time as a PhD student, your priorities and your stresses are going to change. So like as a second year student, my main concerns are usually related to like getting my TA grades in on time, making sure I'm supporting students in office hours, that type of stuff. But once you're no longer a TA, then it starts to shift into more research focused goals. And so that's just important to be aware of. Any more questions from in here?
Thank you. So my question is about if you're doing research and you need to reach out to another academic at another institution who has no connection to your social graph, and you want to get their attention, want them to actually read your paper, want to, give you feedback. How do you go about doing that from like a cold calling perspective?
You can always send stuff out, try to at least put something personal in there about whoever you are trying to get in contact with. It helps if you can find them at a conference and meet them in person, then that puts a name to your face. But you may not get good results. On the other end, people get a lot of emails every day, so it could get lost in that. So be prepared to be a little persistent.
So I haven't found myself in this exact situation, but for some of the research that we've done, we've sent basically cold call emails to a bunch of experts that we wanted to interview. And from that, not all of them respond, but we've gotten a decent amount, not only responding, but also willing to talk with us. So I think when you're talking with people about an area that they're interested in, they're going to be more likely to respond. So as long as in your email you're being polite and you're making it clear that you're actually passionate about this research, same as them, I think that would increase your odds of getting a response back.
I think just get prepared, then maybe have a shorter introduction for the research you are doing or the paper you are doing. and make sure when you explain the question or problems they ask, you can have a clear answer.
And I'll also add, if you have the chance, look through their work and then try to reference that in the email to show that you didn't just email them out of the blue and you actually put some thought into it.
It's also always flattering to get those emails. So when you send them, don't be afraid if you see them at a conference in the future, then you can in person follow up.
So in a different, slightly different context, so we actually did, we sent emails sometimes when we needed to access some tools or maybe some data that was not available for some reason. So yeah, pretty much summarizing in general what you are trying to do, and then mentioning what specifically what you need, right? Like from them. And then, yeah, that's that's pretty much all you can do, right? Like it's pretty much on them, whether give you access to the tool or the data that you need. And yeah, that's pretty much what, at least in my experience, that we have done.
So let me ask you this again, okay? What would be the purpose of sending that email? Is it to let them know that I exist, or is it about getting some academic resource? Which one is it?
Well, so in my particular case, like for some background, so I already have a position where I should be doing research, weirdly enough. I don't have a PhD, but I'm working at Jefferson Lab. And like we're really kind of isolated from the broader computer science community, and most of the physics community cheerfully doesn't know they exist. And so there's a number of people, doing similar research that I've slowly found. But what I really want is a sanity check on my own stuff that I'm doing, which is very creative but disconnected from the rest of, academia.
Perfect. In that case, when you're going to send that email, write it in a way so that they actually understand why it matters and where you're coming from. Because as people in research, they always want to have these different perspectives from cross-domain, because it's kind of like having these all dots that are in front of you and you want to connect the dots, and you are actually introducing that dot that doesn't exist in their domain. So they'll be definitely interested, but you have to write that email in a way so that they actually know what you're talking about. So figure out like why you are sending that email, why it matters to them first, and then why you are going to also matter to them. So if you get across, like you check all those boxes, it's highly likely that you're going to get the response. Okay. So the question is, how do you deal with failures such as paper rejections? Anyone wants to take a bite at that?
Not every one of your papers is going to get in on the first time, and that's just kind of how that goes. You revise it and you resubmit it. Don't get discouraged. Take it as a learning experience and get all the comments addressed in that new revision. That'll give you a much better chance, even if you're submitting to the same place, to get it back in.
So I mentioned this earlier. I'm still really early in my journey, so I haven't personally really experienced this to the extreme. But I think the advice that I hope that I would hold to in the event this happened was take that failure as an opportunity for growth, and make sure that you actually look at the feedback that you were given, because there's going to be some truth in it, and use that to make your submission when you resubmit better. And also apply that to your future work, so that just as you go through, you're going to get better and better and better. So don't look at it necessarily as you failed, this says something about you. Look at it instead as, oh, this is great. This is an opportunity for me to be better.
I think at first I will feel very disappointed, but then I think after I got this experience, I think next time I will try to submit a paper, then I will adjust my expectation. So I will think I submit to this conference. I just want to to see how the reviewers look at my paper, what kind of suggestions they will give me, so they can help me to improve my paper. So when I adjust my expectation, I think okay, I can accept the result. It's reject. It's totally okay. Second, if I think it's a very good work, but it's rejected, but don't be disappointed or don't be deny yourself. Just be confident. You can revise your paper again, then to submit a conference. Maybe your paper can be accepted by a better conference.
I'll just add one thing before passing the mic down. I think when you get those revision notes, it's really easy to look at them and get really frustrated and upset and act like, oh no, actually I didn't need to do that. Oh, we did say this in the paper or something like that. So it can often be helpful, kind of take a break from it, walk away, actually literally go for a walk or something and come back later with a fresh mind. And then you'll see, oh yeah, there's actually some good sense here.
Yeah, actually, I was going to add to what Trevor said. Basically, let it sit, right? Like if you have a rejection, let it sit for a moment, for a while. Not too long, right? Don't wait months and things like that. Because usually you focus so much in the area on the specific problem that you don't see things that you sometimes miss, right? And then you go back to the paper, read it again, and then read the reviews, right? And see how you can overcome the issues that that they highlighted, or maybe try a different approach or something different. But yeah, definitely looking at this with a different perspective will help you.
So rejection can happen for a lot of different reasons. Sometimes those are good and sometimes they're bad. If it's good, then I mean, of course, we're going to address that. But even bad reasons can have some element of truth inside it. I'm going to share one experience first, but before that, generic advice, you will have to go through that 5 stages of grief, from disappointment to acceptance somehow. So taking a break always helps. So for one of my conference papers, it got rejected, but it got rejected because they couldn't understand how it was different from another paper, which was also from our lab. And I was like, okay, we know the difference. They don't. How do we explain that to them? Because you can't really say that it's also our paper. We know the difference because it's double blind. So they don't know who is submitting the paper and you don't know who is reviewing that paper. So we actually thought about like, okay, how do I handle this? And we realized that, okay, we actually need to establish our novelty a bit more upfront so that they actually know how it's different from the existing work that we already have from our lab. And later on, it actually became much more better and much more strong in terms of writing the content. The experience did not change. The paper, in terms of technical contributions, did not change too much, but it was the writing that got improved a lot. And I would say that without that review, it would not have happened. So try to find that element of truth in whatever review you can get. It is going to be bad, it's going to be good sometimes, but there is probably going to be some element of truth because it's being viewed by someone who doesn't have your context, doesn't have your background. And when it's your writing, your project, you kind of have the full context in your brain, and it's easy to overlook those parts. Yeah.
Awesome. So we have time for one more question. Does anyone have any questions? There we go. I see 3 hands. Who wants to?
Okay, I have one question. What would be the question that you feel like you were hoped to be asked but not being asked yet?
That's a very good question. For me, I actually came with 0 expectations because like when you have and you don't have any expectations, you get surprised a lot, right? And if you have expectations, you can have all of those like predetermined answers in your head. I don't go by that. So all of the questions were new for me. Yeah, I can't think of a question that I was expecting to receive, to be honest.
Right now, tell the first year you know, what message you would tell?
Okay, so the response that we got just now is like, if you can give one message to first year research students, what would that be? I'll let you start.
You mean to your previous you?
Or someone new.
Or someone new? Yeah, I would say definitely don't get discouraged and keep trying. And the point that I mentioned before is like working something that you feel passionate about, like something that you like, something that you enjoy. Like pick a topic that you definitely enjoy, because yeah, you will get rejection from different conferences, journals, uh, and yeah, that's something that will help you. So yeah, just keep working, and yeah, take your time. If something happens, like take a little bit time, and yeah, see things from a different perspective, and that definitely will help.
I'd probably have to say all the hard work that you're putting in right now will pay off down the road. You will get there. Just keep going.
So I think I'm going to answer that first question. The one, what was the question we hoped that we were asked? And honestly, I think it might be that question. That's the one that I wanted. No. Actually, I think, and this is going to fold into the question that we were just answering. What is like my favorite part about being here? Like, what's the best part of the experience? And I think in general, I would say that's probably the people, meaning the students, you know, both the grads and the undergrads and the professors. I think they're really what makes this worthwhile. So to fold that into the other question of what I would tell my younger self, I would tell them, you know, don't be afraid to go to your professors with ideas, to ask questions, and don't be afraid in your classes to go and collaborate with your classmates. You know, because a lot of these people might end up being in your lab at some point in the future. And through those collaborations, even if they're in some field drastically different than anything that you're interested in, sometimes you can get some sparks of innovation from that. So that would be my advice to myself.
I think the first question is that I wanna ask, or I think the most important is that what's the important factor when you apply for graduate program, when you make decision which university you wanna go to. I think two main factors. The first one is that make sure you find a very good or nice advisor. The second is that find something you really like or you are interested. So when you are doing research, you are interested, you will feel more easier than the things you don't like. The second question is that what I will tell myself if I'm first year PhD student. I will just tell myself, just be confident, don't feel scared.
So if I needed to tell something to my first year self, I would say, oh, you're doing fine. Everything's perfect. Don't worry. But seriously, I would say to anyone who is in their first year, it's about finding out why you are doing this or what is your passion. So for example, for me, when I was trying to decide whether research is for me or not, because like it's a big decision, right? You will have to go through this and you will probably be doing this for the rest of your life. So you have to remember why you're passionate or whether you're actually passionate about that in the first place, and only then you can keep going through it. For me, it was a single line from a novel called Profession by Isaac Asimov. And it goes something like this: I can create and I will do so whether you like it or not. So it's about having this passion for, you know, creating new concepts, new research ideas. And it's beautiful because it's like you have this tendency to create, and whether anyone likes it or not, it's part of you. So you have to remember your passion and figure out why you want to do that. So as first year, that's my first advice. And the second one is to try to figure out what is your work style is like and find advisors who matches with that style. Because different advisors will have different personalities, different work styles, and you need to work with someone who can actually show you how it's done while you both have kind of like similar perspectives or similar passion about similar topics. So I think both of those matters for first year students. Yep.
Awesome. Well, with that, the student and alumni panel is wrapped up. So I think there's going to be a break and then the poster session.
So first of all, let's thank the panelists here. Thank you very much for, some of the people have traveled from Seattle to here, driving 2.5 hours from University of Virginia to William and Mary. And this shows how much they love William and Mary, right? So that's what we want. Now, having said that, the next session is poster session. Please go ahead and enjoy, talk to the presenter. And don't forget to vote for the best poster. We're gonna give them award, and we just don't want us to judge, want you guys to just vote it. There will be QR code everywhere. Just scan that and vote. Thank you very much. Of course. So you'll be here or you're traveling?
Wait. And for our virtual folks, thank you so much for attending. We're gonna finish the live stream, but all your questions will be answered for sure in the next coming days. Thank you so much, and yeah, hope to see you around. I hope that you apply to our PhD program, to our graduate program. Thank you.